All right, my name is Casper Jones and I handcraft skateboards for Life Skateboards. Today we're going to be doing quite a bit. I've got a stack of boards to finish shaping over here, and then we're going to go start applying graphics. While those backgrounds dry, I'm going to come back in here and press a little bit. After that, probably going to head over there and do another part of the graphic, press some more, and then finish the graphics. The graphics that we'll be doing today are for the release of the signature shape, this new Casper signature. In a little bit here, I'll go over instructions on how to get one of those numbered and signed signature shapes. But I'm going to go ahead and just finish on the orbital right here. And we're going to throw a respirator on and get started with the rest of the shaping. Hey, Casper's Keeper, could you possibly share this for me on a couple platforms real quick? I just shared it on Facebook a moment ago, but if you could share it elsewhere for me, I'd greatly appreciate it. Yeah, this one's real pretty. Some of the bottom of this open here. I'll try not to. These were first still on alive a while back. I put the respirator on and the strap snapped me right in the eye. It was pretty nice. I'm alright now. Tied together with a piece of string, it'll be alright. Hi Danny, thanks for tuning in. If you know people that enjoy watching board making, go ahead and share it with them. And if you do like this screen and you're familiar with it, double tap the screen for me so YouTube knows right off the bat. Brian, how are you doing? Thanks for tuning in. We're going to have a very long live today. I've actually rigged something up to the tripod to keep the phone charging all day. We're going to see how well that works. Skateboarder, Peter. Your responsibility is my goal. Just kidding. So I just don't need to. Obviously, you see the PPE that I wear on these other things. But I'm going to continue to move on here. So today we're going to be shaping, and then I'm going to do some graphics. We're going to come back and press while the graphics are drying. In the middle of pressing, we'll go throw some more graphics on, and then press some more. So what we'll be doing with graphics today, so I released a signature shape, this guy right here. Let me grab the other template. Oh, right here. So if you go on the website right now, and we're going to do a limited run of let's try to figure this out. I'm going to make sure the signal booster is plugged in and all that. Plugged in, it's turned on. Are we back to normal now, Casper's keeper? There we go. All right, so let's hope that this all stays working well here. All I did was wiggle the power cord for the signal booster, so let's hope that worked. All right, so this first step here, what I'm doing, once the shapes are cut out, the edge of it's not at a 90 to the concave, so I gotta come over to the belt sander here and bring it to a 90 with the concave. I throw my respirator on and we'll get to it. I'll take these through, take these two Casper 2.0s all the way through the process here, and then we'll take the rest of these through 3x3. And then we'll go and do all the fun graphics. I'll let you decide. I don't have a full beard. There's one, here goes the second one. We'll move on to the next step here. I don't know, Possum. You can figure that out if you'd like. Ooh. I don't think they know each other. That would be pretty hard. They might. I don't know. Alright, so then this step here, after it's brought to a 90 with the concave, we're going to be rounding it off. next step here is going to be cleaning up those edges on the drum. What's up, Sweaty? Thanks for tuning in, bud. So this one here is the Casper Signature 2.0. Right now we're releasing the 3.0, and we're doing a signed and numbered release of the first 10. If you order the Casper Signature on the website, you're going to get the Casper Signature 3.0. First 10 are going to be signed and numbered. I believe there's 4 of those left right now. But alright, we're going to get to shaping here. I've got to go grab the compressor hose and air this up. That's good to go there. Thank you, guys. Thanks, guys. next step is the Mac wheel here. Today, but we do make longboards. I'll answer in a moment. Alrighty. Now on to the orbital. Hi there. So a popsicle from us is $70. Shapes go up from there. The signature shape is $99. If you go to lifeskateboard.com, you can check out all kinds of prices. Andrew, so let me go ahead and measure it while we're on live here so that you can get accurate measurements across the board and know what I'm talking about. Of course, Tommy. I will always talk about recovery here. That's awesome, man. Carlos, I'm really confused by your statement. If you'd like to go back to another live, you can see me pressing these boards. But let's see. So right on the front truck bed, it's 9 inches. Back truck bed is around 8.5. I'm using Ace 55 trucks on there. The nose itself is 7 inches, and the tail is 7. So symmetrical on that. I tried to shorten down the nose on this. And I gave myself a little more surface area on the nose. So we're sitting right at 8. The widest point on the tail is 8.5. Narrowest is 8. And the very center of the deck is 8.25. I'm loving this thing. If you'd like, I did just post an edit of a really short session last night. Really fun. James, I hear that same exact thing about every single shape that I hold up, unfortunately. So the way that this shape came to be was I had a very funky and aggressive shape that I designed first. That would be this one here. We ended up realizing there was a weak point right here, and this is the template, not the actual deck. Created a weak point here with the deep concave, just everything coming down right here. So after that, I designed this one, beefed it up so there would be less of a weak point. But then I realized that I wanted a deck off of our standard press, so I mellowed out the shape a little bit. I also wanted more surface area on the nose for crook grinds. So that's what you have here. And then a little bit of versatility with the knuckle on the nose. Knuckle shaped boards are really fun to skate. But all right, I'm going to get back to orbital sanding here. And we will move on. After this one, I've got 6 more to shape, and it's going to be of the signature shape. And then we're going to go start applying graphics. Thank you, Carlos. I am excited to throw these on there. My plan today is going to be to spread the decks out while they're drying, just kind of do a ton of background on them, and come back to press, let it dry, and then come back after it's dry, start putting the double printed graphics on there. Hi there, Magic. That's a super strange thing, but that's fine. I'll do it. We don't need the bond. You can just get banned by me. Not you who suggested it, but there we go. I'll try. Yeah, we're not gonna engage in any sort of discourse that alienates people in the chat here, mainly because a lot of these lives get down into talking about sobriety and helping people, and I never want to alienate people while we are trying to do that. Tony, that's a funny question. I don't know. It's a good question, though. As soon as I'm done with these right here. So what I'm doing right now is removing some of the deeper grains and excess glue off of the top of the deck. I'm doing all right, bud. Thanks for tuning in. Probably. It might be, you know. Absolutely. So, in my opinion, something that's kind of cool that's happening in skateboarding, because it is a relatively new culture, it had a very heavy drug use and substance use aspect to the culture, and now, because people are healing, there is a huge subculture within skateboarding about sobriety, recovery, and I don't know. I mean, skateboarding in its own is a great way to distract yourself during recovery. It's a great way to exhaust yourself and really focus on staying recovered. So, if you go to lifeskateboard.com, you can get one of those decks of your own. Oh, yeah, probably. This is a board manufacturing shop though, so I gotta get used to it. Yeah, dude, just tell them you're working out. I don't know what this sound would be, but oh yeah. Forearm workout. That's a good point, Sean. Sorry. Misreading you guys. Oh, well, Sweaty Freddy, I am going to use that as a jumping off point here, though. So, like I said, because there is a huge substance abuse aspect of the skateboarding culture, and it's been in there for so long, there is now a subculture of recovery and sobriety. So, yes, there will always be that heavy substance abuse aspect of the culture, but now there's just a very welcoming culture of sobriety. I haven't really seen a bunch of people giving a lot of shit to people getting sober, and if they do, I've been seeing quite a bit of backlash for it. Thanks for pointing out that it was a DeWalt. So actually, the reason we use a DeWalt, I'm sorry I'm jumping from like serious topics to talking about, well, I guess this is serious, kind of. The reason we use a DeWalt is because we put a lot of stress on the orbital that you really shouldn't be putting on an orbital. We have a Festool vacuum over here hooked up, but we don't want to ruin the Festool. These are easily replaceable. So they go through hundreds of boards and then we'll replace it. As you can see, I'm not being very nice to the orbital. Just gotta do the edges on this guy, and then we'll do the next one and get over to the shaping again. No, Cody, that's the first. Hi there, Dr. Knockers. First of all, what in the fuck is that name? But anyway, so the things on my face, I've got a snake on this side and a spider web on this side. I won the spider web. Well, here's the story on the spider web. So I was in a contest down in Columbus, Indiana. I was tied for first for best trick with Sam Crawford, an amazing local skater. He did nose blunt transfer on the Kong Wong, came in. I went for a shove it tail grab, clearing the tabletop. Missed, landed on my arm, then did a full 360 around it and dislocated my shoulder. Afterwards, Sam won a tattoo gift card and came up to me and said, your mom would be happier than my mom, here you go. And that was when I decided to make sure that anything that came from skateboarding was very visible to me, on me. So this was from that contest. This was traded for skateboards. Chris Kanunen, and wow, current owner of Redbird Tattoo. I am spacing right now. Give me a minute here. I don't know why I'm having a hard... Matt Jackson over at Redbird Tattoo. We can make you whatever you want, bud. Thank you, guys. Wow, congratulations, FU. Sorry to say your name like that. So these boards are all different prices. If you go to lifeskateboard.com, you can check those out. Popsicles are $70, and then shapes go up from there. This one was $99, and the new one that you'll get when you order that one in the signature shape is also $99. It's based on labor intensiveness of the shape and whatnot. A little bit more to clean up on these edges and we are good to go. Alright, just the tail here. Should be good to go. Alrighty, that one's done there. We're gonna hop on to the next one. Throw these at the bottom of the stack there. Alright. Well, Sweaty Freddy, a lot of people never really put their feet on really good concave, and I realized that when I finally put my feet on a life board. So FU, the way that we do our graphics here is with hand-carved lino blocks carved by local artists, majority by Ben Blakely. So later, in a little bit here, you'll see part of the graphic process. Hi there, Elijah. If you'd like to go to our website, you can go to lifeskateboard.com and check out over the 77 shapes available on the website. What's up, crazy holy shiz? And that website is lifeskateboards.com. Yeah, I mean, what you're seeing on the walls here are all of our templates for our shapes. So if you see something in the back there, Hi there, Derek. We're not going to be discussing anything that polarizes our audience because something that we talk about here a lot is sobriety and addiction. I like to be able to help everyone here, and I'm not going to polarize my audience. Thank you. So I snapped my tibia with a spiral fracture a couple of years ago. I popsicled myself with razor tail so bad that I ended up in the hospital. That was a fun one. I torn my kidney. That was another fun one. No, actually, Sam cuts the templates out himself. He has a very rad process for it. Up above here, you can't really see it right now. Right there, up at the top, those are all masters, so those are half templates. So Sam makes a half template and then makes the full template out of it. My boss is a master woodworker, and he does all of the template work. Yeah, we don't buy blanks. We make our own uncuts here. Thank you. Yeah, all of our process here ensures a high quality end product. So somebody asked what type of wood. Great Lakes is Canadian maple, and our standard layer is 7. You can get a 6 or 8 ply from us, but our standard is 7. One wood species. You only want to use maple when you're making a skateboard. And you want Great Lakes maple. It's slow growth and long winters lead to tight grains. Tight grains mean a less absorbent and more malleable and strong wood. These are a Band-Aid right here. Band-Aids are boring. Yeah, I mean, you can for sure. There's a lot of customization on the website as far as like adding wheel wells, changing your wheelbase, making it symmetrical, all kinds of stuff. But if you reach out to my boss, Sam, through the Life Skateboards Instagram, that's Life Skateboards 1010. He's the best person to talk to about customs. If there's not something on our website where we can like combine the nose and tail of 2 boards or use 2 different templates that meet in the middle for you, he'll help you out with a custom. I'm doing all right, man. That raises a good point. So remember, vert is only vert if it actually reaches a full 90-degree angle. I am not a vert skater. I can skate a vert ramp. I can drop in, I can slash on a 12-foot, and I can send some stink bug frontside airs. I'm much more comfortable in transition, although I grew up skating street. Now I do both, but majority of the time I'm hanging out at the park, which is Lawrence Skate Park. Best thickness for a deck, 7 plies of Great Lakes or Canadian maple. that's why I never went for it. My favorite shape right now used to be my old signature shape, and now it's the new signature shape. But that's why I like that we do all wood construction here. We make an extremely high quality, long lasting board that's all wood construction. Yeah. I don't know. I think extrusion is defined by the trucks, not the board, you know what I mean? That might be what you're saying there. So I might be misunderstanding you. There's 2 down. Now we're going to go through the shaping steps on 3 of these Casper Signature 3.0s. I thought the phone was plugged in this whole time. I've like rigged up a little portable charger to the tripod, hoping that stuff stays plugged in. It's not. Typical. Oh, I'm sorry, F you. So if you go to I'm sorry, F you. If you go to lifeskateboard.com, that's lifeskateboard.com. You can check out all of our shapes. We ship everywhere. International shipping is a flat rate. We suggest for international shipping to order with some friends. You save on shipping. We lose a little on shipping, but we sell multiple boards, so it's worth it. I'm going to throw this respirator on and jump back into it. Hi there, breaking through. No. Well, here's some free advice for you. No. Yeah, there we go. Awesome, Mega. So yeah, that's a great explanation. So the way that I'm just going to visually re-explain what you just explained. That's awesome to see that you guys are not only listening, but retaining everything I'm talking about here. So when it comes out, when it gets cut out, I'm sorry, the angle of the cut is not at a 90 with the concave. And then this next step over here requires it to be at a 90 to be able to round it off. So awesome. That's really cool. What's the craziest shape we make? Probably my old one. It's not really thick. What you're looking at here is just, so you're also looking at an uncut skateboard. When it rounds off, it looks a little bit thinner, but we just have extremely deep concave here. So I do get that comment a lot that the boards look thick, but it's just everybody's used to really weak concave being normal, you know what I mean? Which sucks. But we're here to change that. All right, let me raise you guys up on this tripod, and we will hop over here to this step. So what I was saying about cutting it, bringing it to a 90, it's so this can meet right in the middle right there and right there. If it wasn't at a 90, it would start cutting it a little bit whack. Well, just for you, that's why we made a mellow concave. So our 9.5 and below boards do have a mellow option. We were real stubborn about it for a long time, but we decided to make it to make people happy. The old owner of Rhett, John Prather, he had the same issue where he needed a more mellow board, so he was stoked when we had that. I remember going down to Rhett with the first mellow board and him throwing a nollie heel flip, or I guess switch heel flip on the carpet with a board immediately. Made me smile, that's for sure. touch-up on this guy to do. A little bit of touch-up. it through here one more time. To clean it up a little bit further on the drum. I really do like that part too. I personally skate speed labs, either the Jeremy Greens or the Slappy Hours. Currently on some Slappy Hours. Guys, you guys are going to see me switch out this sleeve here because I'm not too happy with how worn down it is. So, I'm going to take some air out of this. I'm going to have to turn the compressor on and fill it back up. This step is going to become a lot faster now. I'm gonna toss this sleeve and go grab the compressor real quick. There we go. All right, and back to it we are. left wheel. Let's see what's going on here. I'm so sorry. Sorry, Spencer. Yes, we pressed to... Well, I got a second. I'll just show you guys. My boss plays the shit out of chess. If you want to play some chess, hit up the Life Skateboards Instagram and ask him for it. We're in New Palestine, Indiana. So here's our veneer storage. This is where we pull the veneer for layups. Here's where we glue the boards by hand. Here's where the boards are in the press for 24 hours. Here's where they cure in a stack of their own concave until they're cut out. So I'm going to take these two here through the Mac wheel, and then I'll take my respirator off while we use the orbital hooked up to a Festool vacuum. Set you guys over here, get you plugged in, and I'm gonna go grab myself a granola bar and a drink, and I'll be right back. Awesome, we got a couple people from Evansville in here right now. Evansville is a great scene. They got Sunset Skate Park. They've got Killer Skate Park. Reed, Little Rippin' Reed is a local down there. He used to ride for us. I got to skate with him out in Cleveland recently. That was pretty cool. Thank you, Andrew. I'm super, super late getting to that, but wow, we got people from Vegas, Brazil. If you're watching, do me a favor real quick. Double tap on the screen for me and tell me where you're from. I'll be right back, and then I'll be able to see where everybody's watching from. It's going to be a long live today. That's pretty cool, man. You should subscribe now then. I think you should. You can always order a board and then come here, or you can catch me at my local skate park. We got 2 people from Texas. We can meet. It's okay. A lot more accessible than people think. Florida. Oh no. I'm scared, Spencer. Minnesota, we got people from all over. This is pretty cool. All right. Nepal. Wow, all over the world. I'm sorry. Go eat something. Sorry, guys. I'm bad at forgetting to eat, so sorry about that. That sucks, man. It sucks. Your longboard got stolen. We do make longboards here as well. But wow, people all over the world. I'm loving this. So the last step here is sanding with the orbital to clean up the edges and remove any excess glue from the top and bottom of the board. So we're gonna do that on these three. We got three more of the same shape to shape here. I'll go over my little spiel on how to get one of these signed and numbered in a little bit, and we'll get back to it. You're from the UK? That's rad. I did, but once again, I don't know anything about it, and we aren't going to be discussing anything polarizing here. It might not even be polarizing, it's just not something I'm aware of. We get our wood from Marwood. There you go. Downhill, so fast. Really? Our summer here in Indiana was hot, humid, and very unbearable. It sucks. I started a wax company and I did not. Hey buddy, that's the second time you brought that up, and like I said, unfortunately we're not going to be discussing anything polarizing in the chat here. A lot of these lives divulge into conversations about sobriety and helping people, so I never want to polarize my audience. Thank you very much. Hi, if you'd like to insult me, you make it funny. Come on now. So we don't do paint, we do lino block application here. Woo, I'm excited. We're going to be doing a lot of graphics today. So we use lino block ink to print our board. Hey, see you next time, Road Dog. Spencer, you're not a comedian. We're here to make skateboards and talk about skateboarding. If you're going to contribute to the conversation, awesome. If not, don't. I mean, yeah, it's the way we've been applying graphics since 2012. Here, let me take you in the other room. There we go. See, Spencer, that's a great contribution to the conversation. Strawberry, the pink one. If that's strawberry, I don't know what the pink one is. We can argue about what that flavor is. So here's a bunch of finished boards here. So our lino block graphics, great graphics here. Do I have any examples of rolled boards here right now? No, but I will be rolling the backgrounds on a lot of boards in a bit here. That would be awesome. That would be awesome. Bobby, I'd love for this to be a, making a living full-time job for me, but I'm here making it surviving. So the best thing you can do is help me out. Get yourself a deck. Help the company grow. Go to lifeskateboard.com and get yourself a deck. Thank you. So I'm not the one that you would talk to about that. You talk to the owner of the company, Sam Koch, through the Life Skateboards Instagram. But yeah, thank you, Bobby. They are sick. What's up, Jojo? Thanks for hopping on here. I mean, no, not really. Just posted an edit from my session last night, so no. It is what it is. I think a part of it is I don't have a normal posting schedule. I'm using my phone for absolutely everything, so it is what it is. I'm enjoying the slow growth that's happening on YouTube right now. I like your guys' interactions here. I like the community here. And yeah. It's very fun, isn't it? Always ideal to not have a ton of glue on the outside of the deck. Unfortunately, the guy who glued it was a little messy when he pressed these. I'm the guy that glued it. Hey, go have fun on Skate 3. There you go. Yeah. I mean, it was a dream of mine to be able to make boards. I was very happy when my skateboard hired me a few years ago. It changed my life around quite a bit. And it helped me think through hard times. Helped me out through some hard times. And I feel like this is what I was supposed to be doing. So, I love it. We do a lot of things different than the rest of the industry to make sure that our product is a higher quality than the majority of the industry. Thank you. So this hat's from a nonprofit that I work with called Skate Park Respect. We clean and maintain skate parks through community action with the goal of growing and getting better skate parks. It's if you Google Lawrence Skate Park, you can see it's Lawrence, Indiana. Lawrence Skate Park, you can see all the work that we've done there. There's a few news articles about that. Smells like wood in here. It's great. I am so confused, Spencer. You doing okay, bud? Yeah, I mean, it's a little crushed. I wear this non-stop. I also skate in my hats so they get all sweaty and maple. I've said that a couple times too. Terre Haute's in the house. Terre Haute. Some of my favorite people are out there. Do you know Dane Self? Oh yeah, all my hats have personality. Look at it all sun gleaming and stuff. It's pulled back by my boss. Of course, threaded. No, I'm not. You don't fix what ain't broke, you know what I mean? Make amazing boards here. Hi there, Reddy. I can definitely make you a board. Just go to lifeskateboard.com and get one of them from there. I'll be the one making it, and you'll likely end up seeing it made here live on YouTube. So yeah, I mean, I can show you a bunch of these decks. These are all templates for shapes on the wall behind me, but if you go to lifeskateboard.com, you're going to see over 77 shapes available. Real quick though, I'll show you some on the wall in the other room. Let's see here. So these are all finished decks. That's one of my old riders. They're all graphics with hand-carved Lino blocks, and these are all finished. These are either first prints or some other reason that they're not getting sold. And there's one I shot, because why not? All right. And back to sanding. They are very pretty. That's actually what immediately attracted me to the business, and then I ended up skating one of these boards without knowing it was one of these boards, and then I loved the quality, and now I make them. I love it. Life, L-I-F-E, skateboard.com. I liked the graphics so much I got several of them tattooed on me. Yes, Threaded Vibes, I remember you. And I'm going to tell you I remember you every time you hop in here. Don't be doing that now. I'm just an employee and member of the team. Yeah, I know Nick real well. He's a rad dude. Also know Tommy's Story, Birdman. I know a lot of your scenes. A lot of your scenes are aware of me as well. And it's not familiar with us, our questions. Our questions, been even more off. How's Antonio doing? He has been on a mission since we got back on the skateboard. Remember, guys, of course, man, love him. We're both members of Welfare Line Skateboard Collectors. Yeah, tell him Casper said what's up. Definitely is. I love it. It would be awesome, amazing, if there were more work all the time, and you guys can always help with that. Go to lifeskateboard.com and get one. What would you ride for? Well, our boards are pretty strong compared to normal factory boards, so I'm not going to suggest for you to jump to an 8-ply. But really, any of our boards, and if you need something with flat or concave, you're going to need to go below 925 in width because you can get a mellow from us. But remember, concave adds to rigidity, so the more mellow one isn't as strong. It still has our amazing all wood construction, but you might want to go with an 8 if you're going with the mellow. But I'd say if you want to branch out of popsicles, my first shape branching out of popsicles was our twin. Specifically our mid-twin, an 8.6, square nose tail, symmetrical, tapered towards the center, 8.6 at the truck bed. Oh, no tricks? I mean, then have fun. Get something funky. Get the aggro with, go ahead and get some independent 215s, 10-inch trucks. Get the aggro. That thing's spiky. It's real fun. Nope. Have not. Wood glue. You want to see these edges before I finish them? Right there. I'm a little confused why you needed that, but they are fun. They're very fun. Well, I could make you a board too. Have a good one once again. Hey, there you go, Sweaty Freddy. Getting some skating in while some skateboards are being made. I love to hear that. Gotta switch this disc out. Now the reason these ones are taking a little bit longer, need a little bit of extra love for glue removal. That's been the case for a lot of these. Hi there, Mike. So that's a really dumb perspective. So popsicles became the norm in the skateboarding industry because popsicles are so much easier to make, not because they're easier to skate. So I apologize that the industry has manipulated you into thinking that you can only skate one thing. But as you know, skateboarding is a culture of nonconformity. So kind of should probably drift away from that if you'd like. Thank you. I think that depends on who you are and what you like. I mean, Mike is going to say that a popsicle that we make is the best, so we make that board for you. We've got over 77 shapes. Depends on what you're trying to do. I think our twins are really nice branch into shape decks if that's something you want to try. I think that my personal new shape is going to be a very versatile one as well. I'm really interested to get feedback from people after they get that. But that's a good question, man. I think we might have scared Mike away, guys. Thank you. Compliments on the mustache. Absolutely. It's definitely okay to like popsicles. I'm always going to explain why they're the norm, though. Still play to like anything in skateboarding. Yes, they are ice creams. Thank you. All my shirts come from Goodwill. Goodwill is good to me. They either come from skate shops, skate contests, stuff I printed myself, or Goodwill. Why is that? Because I'm poor. Well, here's the cool thing about that, Skinny. Give me a second here. All right, so let's find out if we can make that for you real quick. So let's see. You said you wanted a 14.75 inch wheelbase. It's like the standard on our 875 is a 14.5, but we can bump that up a little bit there. Let me get a piece of paper. I'm going to do some math for you. I know, right? Casper doing math? This is weird. I couldn't find any paper, but a piece of veneer is going to work. It's like super thick paper, right? Oh, this is my job, buddy. Thank you, though. It's pretty fun. If you want to help, if you want one of these boards of your own, you can go to lifeskateboard.com. So let's see. You had a 875 width. You want your length to be 32.625 inch. So we're getting down to thousandths of an inch on specifics here. That's a lot. Let's see, the standard length of our popsicle now. So if we were to flip your shape around with a 7, let's do some math here. So you want 32.65. Buddy, those numbers don't add up. Okay, all right, Skinny. So what I'm gonna have you do is contact my boss through the Life Skateboards Instagram. Go to Life Skateboard 1010. Message my boss through there. His name is Sam Koch. Tell him the exact nose, tail, and wheelbase that you want. That's always going to add up to the length that you want. If those are your specific specifications that you care about, those are going to add up to your length. So let him know those things, and if you want mellow or if you want steep concave, and he'll help you order one. You're going to be ordering the 875 popsicle from us. So I hope that helps. The rocket shape is really fun, isn't it? Thank you, Jonathan. I appreciate you. Hi there. Let's see. Of course, Skinny. I started to do some math and then realized how specific some stuff was. So yeah, reach out to my boss. I'm sure he'll help you out. And next time he cuts out some boards, I'll be shaping one of these for you, looks like. And that's one of the reasons I really like going live, is because I get to help people out with that sort of thing. Ooh, snow skate shapes. We actually, so we don't make snow skates, but there's a company called Mech Shift Snow Skates. That's MEK Shift Snow Skates. They ordered some big boards from us and put skis on them. That was pretty cool. Having some issues with my orbital here. Well, guys, this stinks. Looks like I might end up cutting the live short today, because we're going to have to go get another orbital. We're going to just trudge through with this one and see what happens. There we go. Seems to be bogging down on me a little bit, but we can power through it. Snow skates are really fun. So yeah, Mega, so the way that this orbital works with our vacuum system here, it is hooked up to a 210 through this festool. So it goes into the festool and then into the wall. I'm sorry, 220, my bad. That way when you turn it on, the vacuum turns on. So this is made to be able to take this. This has just had a lot of strain and stress on it. They sure don't make stuff like they used to, but that is why. So I've explained this a couple times. The reason we use this cheaper orbital for this step of the process is putting strain on the orbital like this is not the best thing to do for an orbital, but it's what we need to do to clean up the edges. So instead of replace a really expensive orbital here every once in a while we replace this cheaper one. And we have it attached to a really nice Festool vacuum system. I meant to say 220, my bad, guys. Yeah, when we go in the other room, you'll see the Festool. I'm going to be real honest here, guys. I make skateboards. I don't know much about the electrical here. So I'll give you a little bit of a perspective. You can overpower it. Let's do it. I was wrong, Mega, then. I apologize. I just assumed you knew what you were talking about. So when we moved in here, this was entirely an empty shell. Sam built out this whole thing here. Everything. Built the walls. We built the shaping and pressing room, the loft. It's starting to rain here. God dang it. I wanted to skate today. That sucks. Dang. I hope it doesn't keep raining. But just to give you some perspective, I know nothing about how this got set up, but the guy that put all these tools together and put this whole thing together is Sam, the owner of the company. So he knew what he was doing. Probably 120. What's the anti-rain dance? I don't know what it is, so I want all of you at home or wherever you're at to stop what you're doing and do whatever you think is an anti-rain dance, because I don't know what it is. I'm not cool, I'm just some guy, I promise. Hey! Wow, Kara, that's awesome. So you're just kind of going through the internet telling people, spreading some love. I love that. Keep it up. We need more of that. Hi there, Big. We've been making these skateboards since 2012. I have to go around this like that, and I also have to follow the grain of the wood as I go around. But if you'd like have any questions about skateboard making or anything like that, feel free to ask. Thank you. I like that. All right, if people can just pop in here and start making puns and being positive, then I'm not calling this a great day. I don't know, man. The only electrical that I've done was landscaping electrical, so I just used to hook up people's water fountains and lighting. I don't know much else. I just know I had to hook stuff up into a GFI, and that's it. Do I fish? No. It's just I don't have a lot of time for it. I'm sure it's a lovely, relaxing activity, especially if you're doing it for food. It's not something that I have time for. one more of these, and then we get on to shaping the last 3 before we go and apply some graphics. We're going to be applying graphics to a little bit of touch up here. Ooh, almost dropped it. Alright. We're going to be applying graphics to 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. 11 boards. Yeah, doesn't seem like it. All right. I'm a little confused by your question there, Tommy. Could you maybe reword that for me? I'm sure that's relaxing, Rebecca. I got a lot of friends that end up fishing a lot. There's local LP that's been fishing a lot lately. My buddy AJ goes fishing a lot. I don't even have any equipment for it, unfortunately. I'm just a little confused by that question, Tommy. But I'd love to be able to answer you. This one's going to end up a little stubborn for me. Be right back. Let me grab a higher grit disc just to knock this off and then re-hit it with the 150 for a finish. All right. Could not find it for a moment there. I noticed that. What, David Gravette's usually got bass on his graphics and stuff. It seems to be a really cool overlap in the cultures. When you're shaping, how do you know how much to sand off of stuff without losing the shape? That is a good question, Tommy. So while I'm using the belt sander, that's what takes off the most material. Because of that angle that's coming off of the board when it's cut, there's a gap between the bottom ply and the belt right when I touch it to it. So I bring it until that gap closes and then bring it around. And then the rest of the steps here don't take off enough material to actually change the shape. If I'm using a higher grit right here, what you're watching me do is very lightly touch it just to visually remove that part and then come back with a 150. I'm just being very careful with what I'm doing here. Am I doing skateboarding? I'm a little confused. Maybe, yeah, skateboarding isn't always on a skateboard is what my first board sponsor told me. But I wish I could go skate right now. Ronaldo. I have no clue what you're talking about, bud. me 1 second here. Just trying to keep going with this because it seems to slow down when I turn it off. I'm trying to make this orbital last through the line. Alright, so here's that shape, and this is the signature shape. Since there's more of you here than were here last time I talked about it, we are just now releasing this. This is my new signature shape. I'm absolutely loving it. I wanted to give myself more surface area on the nose while making it fit in the standard concave so that it would have tighter concave for me. We gave it a knuckle for versatility. Took my fishtail and traced a popsicle tail back onto it so it still has this curve, but it's rounded on the tail there. Right now we're going to be doing a release of 10 of them, signed, numbered, and with a collage graphic. It's usually a $25 charge. So right now if you go on the Life Skateboards website, which is lifeskateboard.com, and you go to the signature section, you will find the Casper signature, which is this shape. This is my original. If you order that right now, you are going to get this. And if you're in the first 10, which there are 4 left, you're going to get signed, numbered, and with a special graphic on it. Very soon here, we're going to have an update to the website, but there was some excitement about the shape, so we wanted to make sure that there was a way to get that out there. So if you want one of those, that's how you get it. If you have any questions, feel free to ask, and I will help you with ordering it. Thank you, Tommy. Yes, I am making skateboards. Can. So Hurt said, do you put wheels on them? We can. It's definitely not just a pool board. If you'd like to go check an edit I just posted with it, it's pretty great. I love it. I'm wildly confused by people that answer for me. So here at Life Skateboards, we have everything. We finish the decks. You can get completes from us if you go to lifeskateboard.com. Well, yeah, definitely. You have to pay for the product that you want. Yeah, the company is called lifeskateboard.com. That's going to be, I'm sorry, the website is lifeskateboard.com. I'm a little confused on the conversation that's happening here. So basically, they're on our website. We've got decks. They're all handcrafted. It's Life Skateboard. If you go to lifeskateboard.com, you can check it out. You can also make any of our decks a complete. It's $110 plus the price of a deck. So $70 popsicle makes $180 complete. That's with Acer independent trucks, Pig's wheels, Red's bearings, hardware, and grip. I apologize if I misunderstood what you were asking there. That's my fault, bud. I started skating with a longboard. I mean, whatever gets your foot in the door is the way I look at it. Welcome to the community, and you've got your balance, but the difference between a longboard and a normal skateboard isn't really the deck itself. I mean, it's mainly the trucks. You've got if you'll notice, your kingpin is on the outside of your trucks. Our kingpin is on the inside. So what you're going to be dealing with the transition is your turn radius is going to drastically change. Do I skate? Yes, sir. Shouldn't be making skateboards if I don't. make skateboards for Life Skateboards. If you go to lifeskateboard.com, you can get one of your own. Who do I make skateboards for? You, Tim. Get a life at lifeskateboard.com. Sorry, I've been waiting to do that for a minute. Now, Meg, I actually have seen somebody on a drop-down longboard absolutely rip ours bowl up in Zionsville. It's insane. A guy walked in with a drop-down longboard, and I was like, this is weird. I don't know what I'm about to see. So we sat back and watched, and he was doing full-on standing grinds on a 7-foot. I was blown away. I completely changed my opinion about longboards and realized that, like, dang, there are no rules. Everybody can do whatever the hell they want, and I love it. Sell enough. I don't think that's at all pertinent towards anything we're doing right now. You can change that number for me and make it so I'm selling more, right? No way. Is that Chopper? Like Chopper, like my identical twin Chopper? Like, dude, I haven't seen you in so long. Sorry if I'm losing my shit for everybody else. Yeah, how many you want to buy, Tim? We got you. I'll make them all right here. No way! So I used to work in a skate shop. Chopper used to come in and get stuff from me. This is before I worked here. Great dude. We look very, very, very eerily similar. It's funny because I started getting sent pictures of Chopper saying like, hey dude, I saw you here, and it wasn't me. Best story I've got about Chopper, I was over at the Meridian Ledges skating, and my phone went off, and I got a picture of me, but it was from way above, and I had no clue what was going on. Little did I know, Chopper was on the roof, tarring the roof, and saw me skating and sent me a pic. It was fun. There's my weird fun story for you. We also pissed off a guy at one point. We were street skating. I was real mad about bird scooters at this point. We were going through downtown Indianapolis. Chopper, I'm telling this story. Sorry if it's probably not incriminating, right? Nah, it's not incriminating. Definitely knocked a couple over by accident. Kind of like domino effect, knocked him over. And this guy coming around on trailers got real pissed off at us and started screaming at one of our friends, came back around the corner, and we started yelling at that guy, and then he pulled a sledgehammer out, and we got it on video, and it was hilarious. There's this old scrawny dude getting real mad at us for domino knocking over a bunch of bird scooters. Oh man, that's great. What was it? What did he say, Chopper? He said some weird stuff to us when he was pulling that sledgehammer out. A whole sledgehammer, man, like we're in downtown Indianapolis, and he pulled out a whole sledgehammer right on Cultural Trail. It was wild. So good to reconnect with you, Chopper. That's awesome. Man, that's scary. Going like 40 miles an hour with a motor underneath your skateboard and eating shit sounds like the worst time ever. Dude, Chopper, you just like raised my whole mood, dude. Make sure you subscribe so I can have you back on my lives all the time. Come out here and see the shop sometime, dude. I haven't seen you in a very long time, and I hope you're doing alright. No way. Dropping in on an electric longboard. That sounds really dumb. Well, I'm stoked that you're around, man. Are you back in Indy, Chopper? Sorry, everybody else, for this conversation that's happening here, but if you're back in Indy, man, hit me up through Instagram. We'll meet up and skate. Tim never said how many boards he's gonna get. I wonder how many he's gonna get. Yeah, that is scary. We actually, so we had a customer order a long pan head from us, and that's a pretty long board. It's not a long board, but it is a longer board. It has a 17.5 wheelbase. He put a datum in it and then mounted a boosted motor to it, which was a pretty cool and unique idea. He got really, really, really hurt on that thing. If I'm remembering right, I think he broke his leg on it. I'm going to have to check. Ryan Sullivan, one of our great customers. Love that guy. All right, so we've got 3 more to shape here, and then it is on to graphics, guys. I'm going to go check on the rain here because I've got to be mentally making a plan on how I'm bringing those over to the studio to print them if it's raining. Well, it's not raining. It's just super humid, hot, and gloomy out there. All right. Let's shape these last 3 and get moving here. Your anti-rain dance worked. Thank you. Oh, definitely a bad idea if you don't know. Yeah, hit me up, Dropper. Plus, you know where to get a high-quality handcrafted deck now. Plus, you should come to my local park. 825 popsicle deck is Kokomo. Are you in? Where at Kamo? Where is that? But 825 popsicle deck is going to be $70 if you don't add any customizations like wheel wells and stuff like that. If you go to lifeskateboard.com, you can choose between a bunch of different ones. Kokomo, yeah, I'll definitely do it. Not much, bud. Is that... I can't tell if that's a joke about my occupation or a cute nickname for my occupation. I don't even know. But I'll take it. Yeah, I'll come up to Kokomo and see. Unfortunately, Pipeline's gone. What happened? If you're in the local scene, why didn't you fix it? Why didn't you save it? You can tell I'm a little mad that Pipeline's gone, guys. I've been to all of your local parks. I'll take it. I'll take it. I like that. I'm going to start telling my boss that that's a nickname. It's like a foodie or whatever. Plywood, a good idea. You put plies together for skateboards. From Madagascar, that's awesome. I don't think I've had a... We definitely, yeah, Chopper, we went to Pipeline. It's gone, unfortunately. The city saw it as an eyesore, and people in the community didn't end up going to a park board meeting soon enough, sadly. Oh, shit. Sorry guys, it seems like there is a storm coming, so I had to prepare for that. I might end up having to close the garage door, which is likely gonna affect the quality of this live, but I'll just kind of keep an eye on the weather here. South Africa, awesome. All over the world. You know what, guys? Let's do it again. Double tap the screen if you're watching, and then let me know where you're from. That would be not a smart idea. Maple is the best wood for skateboards. Well, Casper's Keeper, can you let me know what's coming this direction for me? I'd appreciate it. Thank you. Don't forget, guys, double tap that screen for me so YouTube knows you like what you're watching. All right, Chan, that's a great question, and I'm going to go ahead and answer that. So why maple and not something like oak? So oak is a very, very strong and porous wood. Maple is strong yet flexible, and it's not very porous, so that's why. You want something with very tight grains. So you want something that don't just want maple, you want Great Lakes or Canadian maple for the long winters and the slow growth. Slow growth leads to tight grains. There you go, Freddie. Thank you. I don't even need to answer anybody anymore. You guys got this covered. Thank you. My charger is falling off. I used a bunch of zip ties to attach a portable charger to this tripod, and it's not working out very well. You guys are awesome. You guys are on top of it. The trees outside are bending. This is gonna be fun. Trying to get done here before the rain hits so I can move these to the next building without having to bag them up. There's a big old chunk of glue on this one. Sometimes the glue gets on there real thick, and if I don't remove it from the very edge before we get to this step, it won't evenly give it an edge. On to the next step, the drum. We are in New Palestine, Indiana. Oh, almost dropped the charge. Almost dropped the whole thing. Alright, looks like I'll be able to have some time to finish this up. bet that was satisfying to watch. I need to remember to clip random things on these. Let's see. It looks like I'm going to be able to make it. Catching up here. Not much for me to catch up on there. I'm just gonna take these through the Mac wheel, and then we're gonna move on from there. Sounds like I need to get over to the studio in the next 30 minutes and get this going. Also, you never really realize how dumb you look until you're reading through comments on a YouTube Live. You guys are so nice to not mock me for that. Thank you. So sweet. Alright, so we're just finishing these up here. 1:39, looks like I got a little bit of time before this rain hits. Oh, I'm wrong. Sorry guys, just had to lower the garage door a little bit so nothing important gets wet. Get you guys plugged in there. Looks like what I'm going to end up having to do is bagging this stuff up to take it into the other building, which means I'm going to have to leave you guys here while I'm going back and forth. But we'll go ahead and get through these, and then after I'm done with these, you guys are going to see graphic application. I'm going to be applying these for the limited release on the signed and numbered new signature shape. Sometimes this tape's easier to remove than that, but all right. Because why not? That's why. Literally just because. There's no purpose. That is a good question, Matthew. Oh, I'm sorry, but yeah, I read that right, Matthew. doing great, Galvin. Just a heads up, that wordage sounds like a bit of a threat. I'm not going to take it as one. Be careful moving on to other people's lives. Right now I'm removing excess glue at the higher grit, and then I'm going to be coming back with a 150. This orbital's on its last legs, but I wanted to get all these finished. I said I was going to finish because I haven't followed through with what I wanted to do on a live and a few lives. So. If you guys can for me, if you enjoy what you're watching, double tap the screen for me. If you really want to help this channel out, you can directly support through buying supers, getting one of these decks at lifeskateboard.com. I saw that number go up. Thank you, guys. Or if you want to help my channel at all, you can. I've got a really cool travel video. Me and my buddy went out to Westchester, Pennsylvania to hang out at Castle Bam with Bam Margera. About 10 minutes into that, there's a great video of a interview we got with him talking about his sobriety. If you want to watch that, thank you. If you share it for me, that's awesome. Whatever platform you can, text it to your grandma. I don't care. I'm sure she wants to see Bam doing well. Matthew? Printer Matt. I like that. There might be some other Matthews or Matts in here, so I like Printer Matt. Printer Matt. I'm going to try to keep that one in my head. What's up, Benjamin? Thanks for tuning in. If you're unfamiliar with us, this is Life Skateboards. You're watching Days with Casper. I handcraft skateboards for Life Skateboards. We do everything in-house, press the boards, shape the boards, and apply the graphics with hand-carved lino blocks because heat transfers ruin skateboards. You guys must know each other, right? I'm sorry. I really wanted to make that joke a bunch of times, and I didn't. I'm sorry. I'm sorry, Canadians. I'm sorry, neighbor. Thank you for the amazing wood. Thanks. Appreciate you. Thank you. I appreciate that too. We do have popsicles available as well. This is a shape that I designed. Cherry cheesecake. Send me a cherry cheesecake. That's what I want. Right? Isn't a skateboard a cool little surfboard? Nah, we don't have the fiberglass work that surfboard makers use, but I think surfboards are awesome. Especially with surfboard making is really rad. Alright guys, I make decks for Life Skateboards. If you want one, you go to lifeskateboard.com and grab one. Surfboard with wheels, why not? You can call it that, but it is a skateboard. We actually do have a shape called the Surfer that comes out of our longboard press. How long have you been making boards? I've been making decks with Life Skateboards for the last 4 years. Sam's been making decks since 2012. Hi there, Zach. Yep. Sawdust is everywhere. While I'm using this, though, it's hooked up to a Festool vacuum, just like Matthew said. If you've never used a Festool vacuum, the moment I flick this on, the Festool turns on. For the rest of these steps, that's why this is around my neck, but I am going to be taking it off because this is the last step before I go and apply some graphics. Thank you. Skate Park Respect is a nonprofit that I volunteer with. If you'd like to see some of the results of Skate Park Respect, go on Google, look up Lawrence, Indiana Skate Park, and you'll see a bunch of articles about the project we got done with Skate Park Respect backing us. We have before. You're gonna have to contact my boss about that one because it's not listed on the website. So if you go to the Life Skateboards Instagram, you're gonna be talking to Sam, or you can use the contact information on the website. But we have made some freestyles in the past like that. Now I personally have made myself a freestyle board out of one of our mid-twins. I just took the rails and it was 8.6, so it was a little wider than your standard freestyle. So that's a square nose and tail board. I sanded the nose and tail down so that they were pretty flush with each other. I took the 8.6 and brought it into 8.5 and made the rails straight instead of rounded. And then I set it up with Speed Lab Moonshine wheels and some really tight 8.5 trucks. Good day, buddy. LP looks awesome. I can't take all the credit for that. Robert Bentley gathered all the artists that covered the park. Robert Bentley, Shell Rippey, and Paul Nanny. We all rolled all the flats, put a base coat down, put a primer down before that, and the City of Lawrence backing us with our plan. And paying for all the paint and going with our choices, because a skate park that's really painted, it can suck. But the skate park was built in 2008. The concrete was very rough. It had been sandblasted in the past. So putting a flat primer down, the same exact finish that Burnside used, actually improved the surface quite a bit. And then making sure that we could, making sure that we had control over all the paint that went down after that. We had the city buy pallets of Dang Prime spray paint, and then a bunch of local graffiti artists and crews came out and did up the entire park. I have no clue, bud. I can hear a storm, though. Sorry, I tend to have the garage door open to try and increase the signal in here. I just had to close it because there's quite a bit of wind. Oh, a Roscop. I mean, we've got over 77 shapes on our website, but you know what? Let's do something real quick. Let's find out what the closest shape we have to a Roscop is. I'll be right back. All right, so here's a Roscop. Well, it's not a Roscop. This is an original knockoff. I found this while cleaning out a house. So let's figure this out real quick. My favorite board shape to make is mine. I love it. So we got kind of a mellowy fishtail here. Let's see. 1990's a little bigger. Looks like Either the 1986 or the 1986.5 would probably be your choice on Roscott. Yep. I would say check out our 1986.5 or ask for our 1986 with a 1986.5 nose. That's awesome that you asked about a board that I happen to have a replica of. And no, this is not a reprint. This is an original knockoff. So when this was made, a bunch of companies knocked it off and made a bunch of these things. So this is not an actual Roscott, but I did find this and I thought it was pretty cool. But I would say 1986.5 or get the 1986 and ask for the .5 nose. I hope that helped you out, bud. Great that you asked about something I knew about. You know it, man. Always got to work hard. If I'm not working hard, what am I doing? Skateboarding, probably, actually. That should have answered itself. That's one way to open it. I know there's probably a way to open that properly, but I'm fine with what just happened. Alright, so we are going to get to cleaning up these decks with a 150 now. And then we're going to have to go into the next building over, and we're going to be doing graphics. That's something I'm excited about. So Tommy, it's kind of all up to the maker, but you can always contact us and let us know what you want. What were you thinking, Tommy? Because you can put in the notes what you'd like as well as far as a collage goes. Now, for this special release here, I am going to be doing a very similar collage on all of them. Oh yeah, the praying hands. We can throw the praying hands on there. Yeah. So I'm gonna be real frank here with you. The way that ordering works is I never see any of the orders. When you make an order, Sam sees it, he cuts it out. I come into a pile of decks. So I don't know which order is yours if you've placed one. But if you're gonna place one and you have something specific that you want for the collage, just go ahead and put it in the notes that you want that, and we'll keep an eye out for it. Of course, I make boards and you can get them at lifeskateboard.com. Tommy, did you order one of these 1 of 10 boards here? Yes, this is maple that we've pressed ourselves. Great Lakes. That's a great distinction, because some of the maple that gets called Canadian maple actually comes from the Upper Peninsula of Michigan, but the majority of it does come from Canada. I just like to be able to say Great Lakes or Canadian maple just to be more accurate. And the reason you want something from Great Lakes area or Canada is because you want something that's had a slow growth, so long winters. Slow growth means tighter grains. Tighter grains mean a stronger and less porous wood. And then maple is already an extremely strong yet malleable wood, so that's why it's the best choice for skateboards. Okay. All right, sweet. I just wanted to make sure that I wasn't going to be changing one of these up. But yeah, Tommy, when you order one, if you put a collage in there, just let Sam know exactly what blocks you want him to play with, and he'll happily do that. I'm not sure if you're aware, those praying hands, that graphic is actually Sam's hands. The missing fingers happened on the table saw out here. If you guys are unfamiliar with that graphic, we do have a graphic of two hands clasped in prayer, missing some fingers. That would be my boss, Sam. I mean, I also like your guys' maple syrup. I know a lot of Canadian skaters. You guys grow the best trees up there. Plus, you got companies like Ambic and Skates and all that fun stuff. Hi there, Greg. Clarify yourself. Yeah, I'm 31. Is that what you meant? Like, literal age? Because, I don't know. What's up, Justin? Thanks for tuning in. And don't forget, guys, help me out. Double tap that screen for me so YouTube knows you like it. If you like this, share it with your friends. I'm going to be live for a little bit longer, probably a lot longer, actually. And if you want to help out the channel, you can buy supers, or you can go to my page, share some of my videos. I just posted a video a little bit ago, like earlier this week, of a trip out to Castle Bam and hanging out with Bam Margera and exploring Pennsylvania. About 10 minutes into the video, there's a great interview about sobriety from him. Greg, I didn't blow anything off. There are plenty of there's plenty of chats coming through here, and I apologize if I missed some things. I am actively working right now, so I'm not intentionally ignoring anything from you. But what you're talking about is an 8-wheeler, correct? What you're talking about is an 8-wheeler, correct? I'm going to have you listen to me this time. So we actually had that thought coming out with this here. This is a 14.6, and we were talking about putting extra trucks on here. Unfortunately, because we have such good concave, it would be very difficult to mount those trucks over here. So we'd have to actually make a wedge that countered the concave to keep the trucks even on there. That's something that we've discussed before. If you missed it, I actually pulled out a Roscop to go match the 1986.5 on there. But thank you for checking. Yeah, no, we're famous for our, I'm sorry, we're not famous, my bad. We're very well known for our concave, so we're never going to make you a flatboard. But all right. Super weird for somebody to not call me old school if you've ever watched me skate. Little weird. Bonelesses, hand varials, hand plants, they're all my favorite tricks. Your era of skateboarding was probably my favorite era of skateboarding. That's rad, Greg. Once again, your era of skateboarding was my favorite era of skateboarding. So, yeah. No, we don't make fingerboards here. It's something we've kind of tossed around the idea of, but there's just so many companies doing it. We might do something a little different. But there are some companies that have made our shapes in fingerboards, which I thought was super cool. A kid over in the UK, Robotop, he made my signature shape right when my signature shape came out. I loved it. Watching from Sao Paulo. That's rad. Thank you, guys. We're just gonna unplug that guy. That's actually something that we've talked about. We just haven't really had time to put a lot of effort into it. Our scrap is actually perfect for handboard, so that's something we definitely will be branching into. How do you start board making process? The first thing we do is sort the veneer, and then we roll all of our boards glue by hand because a glue machine is going to miss your top and bottom ply, and it's also going to miss your crossbands. So we glue everything up by hand, tape up the ends so they don't move around inside the press, and then put them in the press. 24 hours in the press, 7 days cure time, and then the truck holes are put in. We attach a template, which is these shapes around here, to the uncut. There's a router table right over there. You run the template along the bearing, it cuts out the uncut. Belt sander brings it to a 90. That rounds off the edge. That cleans it up some more. That cleans it up even more. And then I clean it up here before graphics are applied. Try elbow boarding. Dude. Do I have like an unfair advantage with my insane permanent swell bow? I don't think I do. That hurt. I don't think I'm going to try that. That was a decent idea, Unicorn, but I don't know. Not my thing, I don't think. I had to give it a try. Hey, so I actually use non-abrasive grip tape, so it might actually work. second here, guys. I'm going to check something. I'm wondering if this might not be the problem. There we go. I just adjusted the filter inside the Festool here. I'm going to see if that fixes the issue that I'm having here with the orbital. Now there's only 3 more of these boards to finish on the orbital, so I'm not too worried about it, but let's see. There it is. Oh, I'm so sorry, guys. Yeah, it's lifeskateboard.com. I apologize for not seeing that. Casper's keeper has been keeping track of things for me. And she put it in there for me. Thank you. I appreciate you throwing that in the chat. But it's lifeskateboard.com. There's plenty of shapes that aren't listed on there. And right now we are doing a signed and numbered release of my new signature shape. This is my new shape. Let me pull one out of the stack. This is my old shape. Real funky, a lot more functional. So if you go on the website right now and go into the signature section and get this deck, you're going to end up with this one. There's 4 left out of that 10 signed and numbered. So if you're one of those 10, you're going to get it signed, numbered, and with a full collage graphic for the price of the deck. So head over there, check that out if you want them. I'm going to be doing some of those graphics in a little bit here. That's awesome, Matthew. Or, I'm sorry, I forgot what I was supposed to call you. Something Matt. Dang it. So, I mean, I'm a little confused on what you think is which. So if you go on our website, you're going to see all of these shapes. Those are all templates for shapes that we have here at Life Skateboards. Printer Matt. There we go. I swear I will try to remember. Everything's going all right, Worm. Thanks for tuning in. But yeah, some of these are loosely based on some of the older shapes. Some of these are customer requests that we ended up doing, making templates for so we can recreate them. Some of these are just out of my boss's head. I mean, he's been skating since the early 80s, I believe. Early 80s. So he's got quite a bit of experience within the industry as far as when these shapes were coming out. That's correct. Lifeskateboard.com. My favorite board shape is mine. This one right here. I'm absolutely loving the versatility of this one. Just posted an edit with it yesterday. The 1986.5 is a fun one. The 1990 is also a fun one, and we have that one in a youth option. Move this pile over a little bit. There we go. It's important that everything stays stacked really well. The 8-bit's pretty rad, isn't it? So the 8-bit football was a request by Belgun Gary. It's funky, it's wildly non-functional, and it's so fun to skate. It's definitely a challenge for skating. Alright, top and bottom of this guy are cleaned up real well. Edges, move on to the last two. I've been on here for 3 hours. This feels like a fun live. Let's see how long we can go. We're gonna get a marathon live going today. If you guys are enjoying watching this, make sure you double tap that screen, share it with your friends, text it to your mom. I don't care, I'm sure she wants to watch this. So we do not stain the wood here. We get it from our supplier already stained. Good question. What's up, Zeke? Zeke is a local customer here. Zeke, if you could, why don't you share what your experience with Life Skateboards is like, so that everybody else can see it. Oh, I'm sorry, bud. Don't worry. My lady's on here. I do make skateboards. It's fun, man. It's really fun. And the website will be changing and updating very, very soon. Chris asked, what's the biggest board you make? 14.6. So it's actually not on the website yet. We will be updating the website soon and adding these there, but there are instructions on how to order that shape pinned to the top of the Life Skateboards Instagram. When we've always been known for having boards that are too big for the trucks on the market. So when Slappy made a 13-inch truck, we made a 15-inch press. You're looking at me at my job right now. I work at Life Skateboards. So we made a 15-inch press. We can 14.6. I actually have one sitting right here. Look at this thing. Now, there are some other companies that are making very large boards. So there are large boards on the market. But we noticed that those boards seem to have concave that feels like an accident. Kind of like a popsicle sitting in the middle of a satellite dish. That doesn't really help you skate very well. So we made sure that the wheel flares made it all the way to the edge. I've tray flipped one of these. If you scroll back through my shorts. Really fun. Really love it. All right, I'm gonna try to get these guys finished here so that we can move on and get to some graphic application. The Scarecrow, mine? That makes me happy. So that's actually my signature graphic. I've got it tattooed on my leg. That's awesome. Thank you, Zeke. Ben Blakely did that graphic, Jeremy. Oh, definitely you could. In fact, hold on. I have these. The axles are too big for bearings, so I have to order special bearings to try to set this up on something. I have no clue what these are supposed to be for, but I'm definitely going to put it on one of those gigantic boards. However, Slappy does make a 13-inch truck. Well, Quentin, you're in luck because you stumbled upon some boards that last a really long time and are very, very, very strong. So if you're snapping boards on a regular basis, our 7-plies are stronger than factory boards, but we do offer an 8-ply option where the board is going to be extremely strong. I had a buddy, AJ, actually parked his car on his 8.5-inch 8-ply popsicle. They're tanks. But what the other thing I would suggest is, I'm sure you already know this, but for our heavier riders, we always suggest to swap out the stock bushings for Bones hard bushings. I'm sure if you already knew that already, I apologize. Hopefully that information is going to help somebody else out. Oh, thank you, Nail Tech. Don't look at my hands, Mel. All right, Mel. So no, I'm sorry. So Element was made by Dwindle. Aren't they? I'm sorry. You know what? I'm gonna back off on that because I'm not sure which distribution company makes Element anymore because Dwindle's not a thing. So, in our opinion, factory boards are the result of corner cutting in the industry over the years to push quantity over quality. Whether that be short press and cure times, weak concave because it's easier to apply graphics to, the graphic application process of using a heat transfer rather than silk screening, or what we do, which is lino blocks. Heat weakens the bond between wood and glue. So yes, it's a super easy way to apply graphics, but that's passing damage on to the customer. Unfortunately, the skateboarding industry is kind of banking on the customer depending on the product breaking, and accepting that as a just reality of skateboarding. We don't really enjoy that. I'm going to tell you to get one of these, but I mean, if you're going with factory boards, I'm going to say, in my opinion, factory boards are trash. That's just how it is. It depends on what you like. If you want a board that's made to last, that's all wood construction, I would go with us or a small maker. You don't like the board, the Element. Well, yeah, so it depends on where too, because the Element had price points that didn't have a lot of concave, and they also had boards that had some concave, but they were just weaker. So I would say go ahead and get a Life if you'd like. It's going to be stronger. It's not going to be flexible. There are some people that want their boards to flex and still be strong, and I drive those people towards flight decks. But if you want an all-wood construction deck that's going to last you a long time, have great concave, and be exactly what you want, go to lifeskateboard.com and get one of your own, and we'll make it for you. And you'll probably see it get shaped right here. If you need something solid, you found the right place. So when I found this company, I was working in a skate shop. Part of my pay was a deck a week. And I was very heavy-footed, and I was skating every day for hours and hours on end every day. I was going through a deck a week, whether that was to breaks or whether it was to razor tail. I just kind of accepted that as reality, so I didn't really care which board I pulled off the wall because I knew they were all going to last about the same time. Decks were lasting me a week. Somebody came into the shop with one of these with a lie about where it came from, and I fell in love with it. They started lasting me about a month. Sorry about that. Which was insane for me at the time. And then the guy that used to work here hit me up and was like, yo dude, I made that board. I got invited up to the Life Bowl to skate and meet everybody. And then a few years later, I was making them. So yes, we do static. So one thing that I would say is maybe go for our 8-ply if you're used to snapping decks. Because we do everything in-house here, we do a 6, 7, and 8-ply option. The 8-plies are going to be tanks, and they're going to last you a long time. My buddy AJ parked a car on his. So I would suggest doing that, and then when you get your trucks, swap out your bushings for Bones extra hard bushings. But yeah, we make popsicles. We make almost all of our popsicles come in 2 different concaves. That's our standard and our mellow concave. Now, I will say part of the rigidity in the board is our steep concave. It's obviously a curved object is stronger long ways than a straight object. That's just physics. So if you get a mellow board, it's not going to be as sturdy and rigid as the standard concave board, but it's going to be a hell of a lot stronger than a factory board. Definitely stronger than the one your son is riding. But if you go to lifeskateboard.com, check us out. Every deck has an 8-ply option on it, unless it's a signature board, and in which case you can just reach out and we'll figure it out for you. But it sounds like you're wanting a popsicle. We can do all that for you. Change your wheelbase. I make it an 8-ply for you. In fact, I know my boss is cutting a 775 8-ply for me for my buddy. So, yes, we are on Instagram. So, Life Skateboards 1010 is ran by my boss, Sam. So, if you message them you're going to be talking to Sam Koch. He's in charge of all the ordering, makes all the templates, does all the customs, all that fun stuff. My Instagram is Stranger Casper. If you're having trouble getting a hold of him through there, you can always talk to me. I'll talk to him directly. But we are located in New Palestine, Indiana. That's 20 minutes east of Indianapolis. We used to be in Muncie, Indiana, and then we moved. I'm doing all right, Dark. Thanks for tuning in. Awesome, dude. So you're gonna probably end up seeing some other life boards when you go to parks. We ship a lot to Texas. There was another maker down there that was doing great, amazing work down in Texas named Frank Garner. Unfortunately, he passed away. He did Texican skate, if you remember that. If there were some of the shapes that you loved from him, we did start doing some of those, and I hope to his customers that we're doing him right, making the same quality of boards that he was. But you guys had an amazing maker down there for a very long time. Oh, it's been good. I'm sorry if you misunderstood me, man. Awesome, Brandon. Were you familiar with Frank? Frank was good people. That's rad, dude. Thank you for always having good examples, dude. Hey, nice. That's awesome. Well, here, man, since you knew him, let me pull some things out that some of his customers have asked us to remake. Ooh. So this is a template for one of our shapes that one of his customers had us remake, and it's the Texas Stinger. You think we're doing right by him? Rest in peace, Frank. He made some great boards, that's for sure. We do ship all over the world. We suggest that you order with some friends. It's a flat rate, so you save on shipping, we lose a little, but selling multiple boards is worth it to us. Awesome, man. It's breaking up. So Brandon, actually, if you'd like, then contact my boss through the Life Skateboards Instagram. That's Life Skateboard 1010. Definitely, yeah. So hit up my boss. That's Sam Koch, Koch. You're gonna contact him through the Life Skateboards Instagram. He makes all the templates. He does all the shapes. I'm sure he'd be so happy to do that for you. We pretty much just made whatever people asked us to make that he used to be able to make, or threw our spin on it. Hopefully on, similar quality, because I know he had a very, very strong attention to detail and cared about quality over quantity, just like we do. Thank you, Static. I appreciate you. For sure, Brandon. And like I said, when it comes to ideas for shapes and stuff, I'm just the hourly employee here. I don't make any of the decisions or anything like that. But I'm going to be real stoked when I see that come across my stack for me to shape. That's for sure. And I'm sure Sam would be eager to make somebody happy like that. Yeah, I'll get you in contact with Sam directly, alright, Brandon? If you message me through Instagram, that's Stranger Casper on Instagram. I'll get you in direct contact with Sam. Does that sound good? Rewind. It's an ode to the fast forwards. Oh, I like that. Dang, that's cool. So we had a local shop called Rise, and then what branched off of that ended up being called Minus. I like how you're going the opposite way with the same way. Yep, it's Casper Jones. You want your shot boards to be beefy. You know it, man. That's all we do. Yeah, check us out, man. You know, I bet Sam would be happy to see something like this. We can do that easy. 10 and a half. We just made a 15-inch press, my man. We can do it. Those are rookie numbers. But, Brandon, I'm going to show you something that we've had for a very long time that you just pretty much described, except with a punk point nose, okay? And we can always razor edge or square edge, whatever you want to call it, our boards for you. You just got to let us know. You ready? So this is called the knife with the little bumpies, brass knuckle bumpies on there. I hope. Yeah, I think you and my boss are gonna get along real great with the ideas that you have, man. I'm excited that this happened on my live. Have fun, Keith. That's gonna be rad. It's raining here, but that's under the bridge. Newport DIY is rad. Yeah, we've got. Hold on a second. Let me measure something. We have a piglet, pig, boar, and hog. Our pig is 10 1/4. Our boar is 11. And our hog is 11.5. So if you go on our website and check those out, you're going to find something similar. Yeah, so let's see. Wheelbase is super easily adjusted. That's just with any shape on our website. As far as custom shapes go, that's something that you talk to Sam about. We use all of these templates we've got, so we can do things like combine two templates if they meet in the middle somewhere, make any template symmetrical, that sort of thing. Anything outside of that is just going to be up to him. What's for lunch? Probably a granola bar in a moment here. Probably. And a Celsius. Definitely. Oh, wait, we're not going to discuss my pay. I'm paid fairly. That's for sure. I mean, I will say that I'm making a surviving. This is the skateboarding industry. Not a lot of us make a living. A lot of us make a surviving. Obviously, more boards sold would mean more hours for me and that sort of thing. Oh yeah, we still make them. Sorry, JC. So if you go to the Life Skateboards Instagram, there is a post pinned to the very top of the home page, or home screen. I don't know what that little grid is called. The home grid. I think that's what it's called. But the top of the home grid, JC, has instructions on how to order those really big boards. Really soon here, we'll have a new website. That'll have all that stuff on there. But yeah, I mean, doing what you love is part of the pay. Yeah, that's accurate. I don't really want to do anything outside of skateboarding. I have to do side work to pay my bills for now, things like that. But I mean, you guys are also pushing this as well. You guys sharing my videos outside of my lives, people buying supers and things like that. I'll admit I haven't had wireless internet at home. I haven't had Wi-Fi at home since I moved. For the last like 6-7 years. I'm sorry, 6-7 months, not years. But because of YouTube and because of people donating and people sharing my videos and me finally getting monetized, I'm getting internet in 7 days at home. It's going to be pretty rad. How many boards have I made? I have no clue. I have absolutely no clue how to answer that one. Right? Now I just found a $65 plan a month, and I figured it looks like the first payment from YouTube is coming within the next month. It's starting to look like that's the minimum I'm going to be getting a month, so I might as well use it to make it so I could upload things better, especially since my buddy Johnny got me a PC that I can start editing on. We're going to be taking a trip very soon and doing another full video, like a lot more structured than the trip out to Castle Bam. I posted that video earlier this week. Share it if you'd like. Like I said, it's extremely unstructured, but it is what it is. I think expensive can be relative weights. I'll say that $65 a month was a little expensive for me for a while. I'm very poor. Very accurate. Well, that's very accurate. I do live in one of the cheapest areas to live in Indianapolis, but it's also, they don't have like the cheap options for internet either out there, so that's been a bummer. What's up, Bobby? Thanks for tuning in. Agree with that. I don't know. My complex has changed ownership quite a bit, and this new one kind of seems like they care a little bit more. But I agree with you. I actually had to move because of the reason I had to find a new place to live was because I took in a dog, and the landlord breached contract and told me I couldn't keep a dog. So. Because I didn't want to find Lori a good home, I kind of plunged up into looking for a home, and this was the only place that didn't have breed restrictions that we could afford, so. You and me too, Sweaty. definitely. I think, like I said, I think the current property owners, I guess, of the place that I'm living right now seem to be doing right by everybody, but yeah, I agree with you, but I'm not going to get too into that, you know what I mean? Skateboard! Skateboarding and skateboarding accessories. Skateboarding, yay! I forget what bills I have to pay when I'm trying to land a kickflip. But I guess getting all that together, every once in a while for fun, but I mean, I take care of and maintain a skate park with the local community. Not just me anymore. I'm loving it. You can learn them, Mega. You can learn them. I had to relearn them on my new shape because my foot position had to change. I was starting to get mad at my orbital sander. Little did I know it was just the disc that I've used for the last 2 boards. Oops. I don't hear any more rain. I don't like the Grand King lockers personally, but some people love them, so. Shout out fruit. Everybody give a shout out to fruit. You know what, everybody? Tell me your favorite fruit. I want to know. Thanks, Pete. I appreciate you. You're watching Life Skateboards, and you came at the right time. In a little bit here, I'm going to be running over to the studio to print off some graphics. I like blueberries. That is a hard choice. You know what? A good pear is a hard to beat fruit, that's for sure. Well, wow, this is turning into a great conversation, and now I'm starting to get hungry. Look what I did to myself, damn it. Avocados also make a great Christmas gift. Hi there, Lion of God. You know what? Before I kick you, is there a reason you came in here just to spew some dumb shit? Just curious. Because here we pretty much just discuss skateboarding, try to help people out with their sobriety. Right now we're discussing what people's favorite fruits are to eat. Is there a reason that you came in here saying things like that? Just curious. Just wanted to know before we go ahead and kick you. Nope. All right, cool. Bye-bye. All right, moving on. I mean, yeah. Right, isn't it? That's what I meant. It seemed very baity to me, if that makes sense. It seemed to be a big bait right there. And I'm not gonna fall for bait. We're here to talk to each other. Okay? You're very observant. Yeah, I think I've shown time and time again that rage bait doesn't work on me very well. It's a mixture of a racial slur and a different skin color is what he was trying to do. Like I said, he was trying to bait people into being angry at each other. Oh, we can do that for sure. So you're asking about short wheelbases. So all of our wider decks come off of two different molds. So one of them has an extremely long wheelbase and one of them has a normal wheelbase. So what kind of wheelbase are you looking for, JD? I'll explain that tattoo story after I answer this question here, because I'd like to know what kind of wheelbase you're looking for so I can direct you towards some stuff. Short. I mean, are we talking the Scoot short, which is tiny? Are we talking youth short? Because we also have a youth press, so we have plenty of different wheel. I'm looking for a number. Short could be 4 feet. I don't know if we're talking about height here. I mean, are you looking for like the 13-inch range? Pirate, what he's asking for is wheelbase, which is the distance between your inside truck holes. So, I mean, I guess if you're looking for a 14-inch, yes, we can do that. If you're looking for 13.75, yes, we can do that. If you're looking for something even smaller, let me measure the wheelbase on a youth template. If you're looking for something tiny, and I mean tiny, you can get a 13 out of our youth, which is very tiny. Hope that helps. All right, so story on this tattoo. And those of you that have already heard this, sorry. Oh, man. I'm trying, JD. I'm really trying. I need numbers. Everybody's throwing numbers at you. I need you to catch one and tell me it's right. But I'm going to go ahead and get into the story about the tattoo. So I was in Columbus, Indiana, at a skate competition. I was tied for best trick with Sam Crawford, a really good local. He did a nose blunt transfer onto the Kong wall. I did a shove it tail grab to clear the tabletop. Shot out, my arm went flat behind me. I did a full 360 around my arm and dislocated my shoulder. Sam won a gift card for a tattoo and walked up to me and said, "Your mom will be happier than my mom," and gave it to me. And that was the day that I decided that if I got something from skateboarding, it was going to be very visible. So got this from Matt Jackson when he worked at Good Vibrations basically for dislocating my arm at a skate contest. And then this guy was traded for boards. Let's see. Lots of other trades all over me. So, Noah Robinson, that's a great question. So it is producing dust. This is hooked up to a Festool vacuum. So every time I flick this, that vacuum turns on. If I didn't have that vacuum set up, I would definitely need to be wearing a respirator. This is the final step of sanding before we take it over for graphics. So when I do all of those steps, I have a respirator on. When I'm over here, I don't have one on. I hope that makes sense. absolutely not, JD. 11-inch wheelbase on a 31-inch board. I don't think you understand how ridiculous that would look. I'm gonna go grab a broken set of trucks. Okay, I thought you said an 11-inch wheelbase. I was like, dude, that's insane. Okay, all right, yeah. I mean, we've got several 11-inch boards, and we have the long and the short press for those. So let's see here. I mean, I guess I still would need a number from you on your wheelbase. Wheelbase. That's the distance between your trucks. Are we talking about vert or transition? Because I skate all of it, so I'm a little confused on what you're asking. So skating a vert ramp. So something that has at least 14 inches of full vertical on it. So you're talking about skating like a 12-foot half pipe, right? Been shaping boards for the last 4 years. Okay, so we've got several riders on our team that skate our 14-inch wheelbase. We've got Gavin Svetlik that skates, I believe it's our 14.25 symmetrical on his wheelbase. We have some guys over in Ohio that skate vert on our XL Panhead, which is wild. But I would just go for our 11-inch board and ask for a smaller wheelbase. Once again, you're just going to have to get a number together on that wheelbase. That way we know how to make it for you. You know what I mean? Right. Okay. So if you got a number for us, just go to our website, go to the 11-inch, and pick a smaller wheelbase for it, because we're going to have options for you. It's loose residual, the connection between nature and man. So when you get mine, I skate 9-inch trucks on these, and they fit it pretty well. They fit it really well, actually. All right, let's finish up, touch up here. we scared some people away. Sorry, bud. Oopsies. All right, so the next step here is we're going to be applying graphics. We just finished that whole stack right there. So we're going to be rolling the background onto these, and then I'm going to come back in here and load up the standard press, and then we're going to go back over there and do another layer, and then come up over here and load up the mellow and long press, and then go finish them up. And then they're going to be waiting for clear coat. So give me a moment while I kind of evaluate how I'm going to have to get these boards over there real quick, because I'm not sure if it's raining. We're going to find out. Would you look at that? It's not raining anymore. Sweet. I can't carry you guys, and I love this job. I can't carry you guys and the board, so you guys are going to watch me walk away into the distance. I'll be back, I promise. I even have a charger in my pocket. I do. All right. Excuse me while I walk off into the distance. Alrighty. I'll take you guys over there. Sorry, I can't take you and the boards at the same time. My bad. I'm coming. Ooh. Grab a Celsius on the way up and make sure I stay up. And don't forget, guys, if you're enjoying what you're watching, share it with your friends. Not really, no. It's the same. So I enjoy my signature shape. There's something about shaping the board that you skate that feels right. I don't know. Not really sure how to describe that. But my signature shape is my favorite to shape. I just dropped my box of Celsius, guys. Oh no. Party foul. All right, up to the printing studio we go. So unfortunately, sometimes the live likes to glitch while I'm in here. I know, party foul, guys. Party foul. There. Good timing on that question. There's a board deck. Oh. This is my signature shape. Here are two that are graphic, numbered, and ready to go. So what we're doing right now is I had a signature shape that I redid. And to release it, we're going to do 10 signed and numbered of these with the collage graphic, which is usually a $25 upcharge. What you're going to be watching me do here is massively doing a bunch of these. So, number 3. Dang it. Okay, there we go. I was worried I didn't have my Sharpie with me. Alright, so we're going to clear the table off here. I'm going to start mixing some ink. Here at Life Skateboards, we apply all of our graphics with hand-carved line blocks, the majority of which were carved by artist Ben Blakely. I'm going to try to get you guys plugged in on another magnetic charger here. Working with sawdust means that none of my phone ports work anymore. So I got to use magnetic chargers for everything. And me being the dummy I am, of course it always gets tangled in my pocket. Because I'm like, oh, wrap this up, it won't get tangled. That's helpful. No, just kidding. It's the opposite of helpful. Dummy. Dang it. Cord's almost long enough to reach. So we're going to try to do this without plugging it in. All right, guys? The struggle is very real all the time. All the time, the struggle is real. Alrighty. So we're going to go ahead and just go through this whole stack and do all of the top graphics. I'm going to give myself some space on this other side here to set boards to dry. Because once we do the top graphic, we can do the bottom graphic really easily. Alright. I'm going to go ahead and make this purple. The purple that I wanted to use on all of these is just a little bit brighter than the purple that comes stock from Speedball. Speedball ink is what we use for everything, and then here's an example of a Lino block. So this is what I'm going to be using for our top graphic here. It's a relief image for you guys. I'm sure this is the right direction. It's a mirrored image. Let's see. I'm going to be doing a lot of this. I want to brighten that purple up quite a bit here. And I'll print all these top graphics with that purple. Right. So we take a soft brayer roller, roll it into the ink, get a nice thin layer on there, and then roll it right onto the block, and apparently right onto your finger too. Then we place it on the deck, roll it out with a hard brayer roller. And there we have our top graphic. Now I told these guys that I would sign these for them. So there is one top graphic right there. And this is number 3 out of 10. And I said I would do this too. right. So there's the top graphic on that one, and I'm going to get going on the rest of them. And this is not a part of the signed and numbered series, but I also told them that I would sign it. I am a professional at setting stuff down and then not knowing where it is. One more. Out of 10. There's another one there. I've decided for these ones that have stained bottom veneer, I'm going to still do that pink to purple fade, but I'm going to leave a lot of it with the wood grain exposed, and still do the collage graphic on it. Five out of 10. Seeing a question on there. Oh, sorry. So Unicorn, basically what I'm doing, and I'll show you here, right here. So I do my signature, and then I draw my little CAS symbol. It's a little bubble letter thing where the ghost is the A. It's a little bubble letter hollow I do. almost your birthday. Get a life skateboard. And happy early birthday. Get yourself the gift of a life skateboard. I forget how to count sometime, guys. Don't judge me for forgetting. There's another. Seven. We're on 7. Seven out of 10. Eight, 9, 10. Looks like we got an extra here, which is perfect. And we started with 3, perfect. So yeah, having an extra is good. If anything happens to that first 10, then we have got one ready to go. Sorry if I'm missing any questions there, guys. They're all 10 out of 10. That's true. That made me happy. That made me happy. I can't hide this, so I'm gonna have to show off part of that wood grain when I do that collage. I'm gonna have to. This thing is just too pretty. All right. There's 10, and just in case I'm not here when if there's an issue with one of these boards and Sam's here and I'm not, I'm gonna go ahead and finish that last one and mark it blank out of 10. Making myself some space over here. Oh yeah, no, I would not enjoy working on a car. I don't enjoy working on my own. So I've got 11 of my signature shapes done. 10 of those are for the signed and numbered collage, as far as the top graphic goes being done. I'm going to go ahead and get this one shape, the top graphic on this one here, no number, just signing it. This was a request. It's been pretty cool. They've gotten on my lives and gotten to be able to see their signature board get signed and a little note put on it. All right, move on here. So I've got a big pile of this purple over here. I'm gonna make a pile of pink for the background. A big pile of red. Some white, just a little bit. And start mixing those guys up there. More white than that. I'm going to squeeze some magenta into it to brighten it up. Try to use the very last bit of this tube here. Getting there, not where I want it yet. There we go, that should do it. Yeah, there we go. All right. So this is going to be a little bit difficult to do on a bunch of these boards, but we're going to do it. I'm going to have my roller for the pink, which I still want a little wider. There we go, that's perfect. Alright, I'm going to get myself a roller for the pink, a roller for the purple, and one for right down the middle. Every time I look at this, I'm like, oh, you could make it a little better, couldn't you? And the answer to that question is always yes. There we go. All right, I'm gonna start off with the pink. Switch over to the purple. Try to get this as close to the other one as possible. Alright, now I'm going to grab that roller that I grabbed to try to mix the two. Scoop up a little bit of each of these inks. Put it right next to each other. Oops, did that backwards. All right, and there's one of the backgrounds rolled for that guy. Like I said, I wanted to do these a little bit different than the other ones. So what I'm going to do here is tape off the majority of this board. And I'm going to leave this half all natural, or the natural wood grain. That's too pretty to hide behind some ink. Let's grab the purple here. There's another one down. I just did not want to hide that beautiful wood grain on there. One more like that, and we'll do a little different. Sorry, I have not been paying attention to the chat at all. So these are all for customers here. So you'll be seeing how we actually apply them. This step here is just for a background on something that would be called a collage. Let's do it outside of that one. So we apply all of our graphics with hand-carved lino blocks here. This is for a special release. This would normally be an extra $25 upcharge for us to take the time to be doing all this stuff to it, if that makes sense. These are actually like really popular with the surf skate community. We never made a board specifically for surf skating, but they found us and they love us, so. I actually found that out from Reddit. I was going through Reddit and found posts of the boards that we were making, and that was kind of cool to hop into conversations that have been happening about stuff that you do for a living. Thank you, Ambush. I appreciate it. And there's that. Oh, yeah, I guess they don't want the tape on their board. There's another one. I'm just going to keep having fun with these backgrounds. Sorry I'm not paying attention to the chat. I'm kind of getting into this. Sorry, guys. Thank you, Mad Sonic. No, these are not longboards. These are the if you're referring to the seeing the clips that I just posted, that was all with this. This is my new signature shape. We're doing a special release right now, where the first 10 ordered are going to get them signed, numbered, and with this collage graphic for just the price of the deck. So if you go on the Life Skateboards website and go into the signature section, you're not going to see this shape under the Casper signature, but we are changing that soon. If you order what's up there under the Casper signature, you're going to get this shape if you're in the first 10, and I believe 6 of those have been sold. You're going to get this free collage signed and numbered. Plop a little more purple down, plop a little more pink down, and get our mixed roll here. Did that Waltz guy leave when I clarified what my tattoo was? Are you still here, bud? So Ponche, I think that's pretty dumb. Definitely not. So the reason that popsicle is the standard shape is because it's the easiest thing to make, not the easiest thing to skate. The industry just has everybody convinced of what's easier for them. Shapes are definitely versatile for everything. Definitely not a cruiser. If you'd like, you can hop over to my page and see me skating shape. I specifically designed this to be fun, funky shape, and functional. I hate the term cruiser used for anything that doesn't have gigantic wheels and trucks on it. So if you look at a shape and call it a cruiser, I'm going to tell you you're wrong. The skateboard, cruisers are determined by what else you put on the deck. I don't know, I was doing frontside flips just fine with this yesterday. Played some great flat ground games of skate with this yesterday. Skated my local park with this yesterday. I also don't surf skate, and I'm the one that designed it, so. What's up, Riley? Thanks for tuning in. That's cool. Had like a little splatter by accident. All right, there's one more background there. We got several more to go here. got another one with the Thank you, Ponche. Thank you for also not taking my criticism of that thought too personally. I go into that spiel quite a bit, so. You're pretty cool, Taylor. I'll tell him too. You know what would be even cooler? You got a life. This is a life, by the way. Well, this is Life Skateboards. If you guys aren't familiar, lifeskateboard.com. You can check out all of our boards. We hand press, shape, and apply graphics by hand here at Life Skateboards. We've got over 77 shapes listed on the website. Definitely got something for you. Lots of customization, very deep concave. Yeah, just great boards all around. Great boards. Looks like I might be mixing some more purple in a moment here. Chunk of ink. Don't want that. I'm really liking these angled fades on here. This one's rad. I like this one a lot. I think what I'm going to do with this one is just leave this edge inked up. Alright, yeah, I'm going to have to make some more purple here. Scoop up some of that purple for this fade here. Throw a little bit of pink in the center. right. I'm gonna leave that guy mostly open. Here's number 10 out of 10. Of course, Poncho, I got you. Dash, if you're gonna try to be funny, you should make me laugh. If you're gonna try to insult me, make me laugh. Come on now, get creative. Don't do what 30 other people have said in here. You hear me saying that it's okay to try to insult me, but you gotta make it creative and you gotta make me laugh. Oh, don't worry. And I just got back to what you said, Poncho. Sorry, I'm getting like super into doing this background here. I'm normally only doing one of these at a time, so this is really fun for me. Dash, no attempts at making me laugh and actually being creative? Come on now. Wish you'd try, buddy. I'm kind of glad that we are about done with these backgrounds here because I am getting low on ink. As far as ink that I've already mixed. Good. Thank you. I appreciate you, man. Yeah, this is like extremely satisfying. I am really enjoying this. Get a little more purple, a little more pink. It's like before we get started on the last 3 of these, I'm going to need to mix some more ink, pink. I'm glad you guys are enjoying watching this all day. So Jamie, no, this is I'm sorry if I missed some earlier questions. This is a speedball lino block ink. I'm currently just rolling the background on these special release boards. This is a collage. It would be a $25 upcharge to do this sort of thing, but on this special release, it's going to be the first 10 get this. So it's speedball ink. I'm just rolling the background, and then it gets rolled onto lino blocks, and then the graphic gets applied. Sorry. It has been a long live. We are going on 180. Dang. Are we going to be going on a 5-hour live today? I don't mind. You know what that's going to happen on this last one? I printed one of my own, or it was like a super splotchy purple and pink. I'm going to go for that on this last one. Yeah, I like that. Go ahead and fade from that purpley color into the pink. I'm liking this one. I do like how this turned out. All right. So now I've got my two signature shapes to roll a background onto. Now they didn't order it like this. This is usually an upcharge, but since I'm here doing it, might as well just be nice, right? Get some more purple out. Break out some more white. The same thing with this red I've got here. You sure did. I mean, it's $25 is a collage. You're watching kind of the craziest thing we do. So basically what happens is I roll the background on this, and then I come back with lino blocks and print it twice. So do it in white and then come back in black to make that graphic pop. Good questions, though. Good questions. These boards are going to be for people that are skating together, so I'm going to just kind of do opposites. I hope they like that idea. So we've been making these skateboards since 2012. The next step after these are finished with graphics is a polyurethane clear coat. Obviously, this ink needs to be dry before we can go with the polyurethane clear coat. Once again, if you want to get one of these boards or your own, you can go to lifeskateboard.com and get one. You know it. Alright, one, and one more, and we're going to head back over to go do some pressing while these dry. So pink on the nose of this one. And once the graphics are all dried, and kind of come back with a with an orbital sander and clean up the edge, just to give it a full, just so that it covers that bottom ply and doesn't seep up into the rail of the deck. Now there is an option. Now I have done it before where the board will look dipped because it goes all the way around and up underneath where the grip tape would be, but that's extremely difficult to do. Mainly because it's hard to hit that whole deck with something that you're rolling. That's something more for obviously dipping. It kind of just makes it look like it's dipped. It's not dipped. I've just done that on my personal board, so if you go back and see clips that look like that, we can do that, but it's not going to end up perfect looking. Alright, let's get the purple, let's get the fade, then I'm going to grab all this stuff, make sure that I have enough rollers. Yep, all I need is 2 rollers to get the rest of this done. So I don't need to worry about drying off this stuff before we come back to use it. Do we? Sure, roll and squirty. I like that. Just trying to use up the rest of this ink here. All right. Well, there's all those backgrounds rolled. That was 13 boards. And now we're going to be letting those dry while we go and press some standard boards. This has been a very long live, hasn't it? What time is it? Dang, it's going to be dinner time when I get home. You close all this stuff up here. We will be using the white ink and the black ink when we get back. Maybe just the white ink today, black ink the next day I come in. Which will likely be Monday. All right, so when we get back in here and we're doing graphics, what I'm going to be doing is combining the Lori graphic, which is my dog, with my signature graphic, double printing them and throwing them on all of those boards. So let's get us down there. We're gonna go ahead and clean things off later on. All right, let's get us back over into the studio, and then I've got to step outside for a moment. And we'll get to pressing and gluing. I have no clue what's going on for dinner. Casper's keeper might have something planned, or it looks like maybe lasagna would be great, but I don't think that's happening. I'm probably going to end up grabbing Taco Bell on the way home or something. Something cheap. Ooh. I really wish that I could get some skating in today. Hopefully it's going to be dry tomorrow because, you know it. Hopefully it's going to be nice and dry tomorrow because I have a lesson planned tomorrow. There's a local its family has wanted me to be giving them lessons, and I've not hit them up for a while. Sorry. Make sure we get it. Oh, we didn't get our churros last time we got Taco Bell, did we? All right, Casper's keeper, keep everybody in line. I'm going to pretend like I'm not going to go pee for a second, but I've been on this live for like over 4 hours. I got to go pee, guys. I'm sorry. I'll be right back. In the meantime, Casper's keeper is going to put the website up there. You guys talk about boards, talk about what you like about boards, talk about what you don't like about factory boards and why they suck. I'm going to be making skateboards, but I'll be right back. All right, I'm back. Sorry about that. And we're here. Where do I live? How much for a popsicle? $70. I live in Indianapolis. The shop is located in New Palestine, Indiana. Hey, no. Never worry about that. The culture of skateboarding has become way more accepting of newcomers in the last decade. If anybody's giving you shit for being a part of the community and everyone was a beginner at one point, then somebody will probably make them feel real stupid. Everybody started somewhere. Every single person had to learn how to push, had to learn how to get comfortable on their board, everything. So go to your local skate park. I didn't know if that was well said or not, but so I'm gonna try to keep you guys plugged in because we got real close to dying on that last one. All right, so we're gonna go ahead and load the standard press up, and while I do that, I'm gonna use this situation or this step to explain what's inside of your skateboard. So inside of your deck is 7 plies of Great Lakes or Canadian maple. You've got 2 vertical grains on the outside. Those are called your faces. And then there's going to be 3 cores on the inside. More vertical grains that don't have to be perfect. They can have blemishes on them. They don't have to be pretty. And then 2 cross bands, which are horizontal grains that give the board strength in every direction. And those go in between your first and last core. So inside your skateboard, you've got a face. I'm sorry, let me start that over because I grabbed 2. You got a face, core, crossband, core, crossband, core, and face. So there's that part. I'm gonna go ahead and pull 3 more of these really quickly. Alrighty, see some questions in there. Not much, Beckett. Yeah, no, it's become a lot more accepting. Gatekeeping has kind of fallen into, you kind of get bullied for gatekeeping now, which, awesome. There's this big push to welcome newcomers into the scene because there was a huge push during COVID in skateboarding. And now I'm going to be emptying this press out. I'm trying to keep you guys near outlets. So sorry if you're in awkward spots while I'm trying to keep this going here. These jacks are great. They're quicker, they last longer, but they do need a little bit of help going down. So you're going to watch me kind of push this mold down. Real quick, guys, what's the date today? Somebody let me know so I don't have to look it up. What we got here? 9/13. Thank you, guys. I appreciate you. I got to mark the date that these were put in the press so that we know that they cure for 7 days before they're cut. And these are put in the press 2 days ago. I did not get to pressing yesterday. I had some other things I had to attend to. Like I said, these jacks are awesome. They just need a little bit of help going down. All right. So now to label these guys with 911, no, 910. I bought a ton of Sharpies and they are already gone. The life of me losing stuff. Oops. Where'd they go? Oh well, it's getting written with this. 11, 25. So they get pulled out of here and put in a stack of their own concave. This is something I normally do before the live starts, but today timing was a little different, so we're doing it now. So the next step here is to clean these plastic separators off and get the excess glue off of those, and then we are good to start pressing. I also never drank that Celsius I grabbed. Loud noises coming. 3, 2, 1. I smacked this onto the corner of the press to clean it off. Sorry about that. All right, there's one. Clean off any excess glue from the press itself. This separator is supposed to prevent this from happening, but obviously sometimes it can still happen. All right, scrape this bit off here. The glue squeezes out between the veneer, meaning that there's a little bit too much glue, but you want a little too much over too little. 2. Alright, last one to clean off here, and then it's on to rolling the glue by hand. Alright, so let's get you guys plugged in over here now. I am very surprised that this thing is staying charged. Where are we at? 5%. That's scary. All right, you guys are on a magnetic charger now. 4%. Yeah. I don't know. Pro Lift. Pittsburgh is what we've been using lately. We kind of bounced around to see what could be under pressure for long periods of time. Alrighty. If you guys are watching, make sure you hit the double tap that screen so YouTube knows that you like it for me. My gloves are right in front of me. You can tell it's been a long day and a long live. But we're going to keep it going. I'm going to see if my battery percentage continues to go down. All right, we're at 5, so it looks like it's increasing. So if I leave you guys right over here while I'm gluing up boards, we're going to be safe. All right, so here at Life Skateboards, we roll the glue on every skateboard by hand. The reason for that is a glue machine is going to miss your top and bottom ply, as well as the crossbands. And we want to give you full glue coverage on every side of every ply inside of your skateboard. That's why we can guarantee against delam. If you'll give me just a moment here, I'm going to sand down one of these and hope that that makes it easier to unroll. I'll be right back. I got to go hit it on the orbital real quick. The company name is Life Skateboards. Remember, brand doesn't make the product that they sell. Company makes the product that they sell. I also went ahead and put my hair down because I'm not doing any more sanding, and this has been hurting my head all day. Yet we guarantee against delam, and the reason we can do that is because of our full glue coverage. Yep, definitely a very high quality glue. We bounced around with other things, but this is what's best for what we do. I mean, we don't do that. We're not PS sticks. Obviously, a board can warp here and there, and then we replace it. But we're not PS sticks. We don't push your shit through a heat transfer machine. It doesn't sit on a warehouse shelf before it goes to the skate shop to go to you. It goes from us to you. So, warping is an issue everywhere, but we're going to still respect it. There's just a much less chance of it happening with us. That was the lightest rant I've ever made about PS sticks. You guys are lucky. I get ranty about that. Yeah, I mean, obviously, so our longboards tend to be more plies than our other decks. I mean, obviously, don't be running your board straight through water all the time. Waterlogging wood is never a good idea. But I can't imagine how long our longboards actually last, considering our decks last just so long. What's up, John? Thank you. John, oh, now I'm gluing. If you guys buy supers while I'm gluing, I will write your note inside of the pliers. Nobody will know besides you, me, and everybody else in the live, but no warp zone. John's rad also gets written in there because John's rad. John, several of those boards that you guys just watched me do the background on. Yeah, I definitely should. I have no clue how to measure the distance life of our boards. I just know they last a heck of a lot longer. But like what John did right there, he bought a super. If you buy supers while I'm actually gluing, I will write a note that you attach with the super, or just that you rock inside of a board. I used to write little motivational notes inside all the boards. So thought I'd let you guys get in on that one way or another, and also just kind of find a way to incentivize buying supers and all that fun stuff. Not much, Mark. How are you doing? John is rad. Don't forget, guys, there are still 4 of those boards up for grabs of my signature shape. And if you want those, I can give you instructions on how to get those with the free collage and signed and numbered. I wasn't there, Mark. I've never been to Montreal. Do I have... I'm sorry. Thank you. What's up, Dark? Thanks for getting back here. Thank you, Manny. That means a lot. It was nice, but did you say it was nice seeing me? But I wasn't there. John, no, I'm not gluing up the signature. You came in just a little bit late. Scroll back a little bit in the live for me and see what I've been doing. We finished 11 of them. Well, they're in the process. It's been kind of crappy here. In the middle of the live, it started storming. Now it's all gloomy and wet outside. I wanted to skate after I was done. Now I'm just going to be going home and hanging out with my dog and my lady, so I can't be upset at all. It's pretty awesome. Thank you. These boards here, those are all finished boards from us. What you're seeing on that wall there, those are templates. And then this whole wall is finished boards. Those are just first prints, or for some reason or another, not something that's going to a customer. But yeah, that's those are all there. Right? Yeah. If the indoor by me was 24/7, I'd be so happy. But it's not. And I mean, I've got access to a private bowl, but it's an hour away. I could go skate a mini ramp in a barn after work if I wanted to. I might hit that. I might hit John up. So right now I'm just taping the ends of the board that I just glued up so that when it goes in the press, it doesn't slide around. The reason I don't want to move the tripod around too much today, we have been live for over 4 hours. I think we're going on, I don't know how to do math, but 307 minutes. How many hours is that? A lot. So my phone's not wanting to stay charged right now. So I'm trying to keep an eye on it. We are sitting at 5%. It's not wanting to charge at all. So we might end up ending the live after we finish gluing here. Thank you, Dark. Brought to you by Hand-Me-Downs and Goodwill. I am from Indiana, which is smack dab in the middle of the U.S. I live in Indianapolis, right in the middle of Indiana, and this shop is 20 minutes east of Indianapolis. Dang, guys, that sucks. I live 5 minutes away from the skate park that I take care of. I'm only an hour from you. That means when you get a board from us, you can select a local pickup on the website and then come over here and grab it. So then you get to see the shop. I'll take you on a tour around the shop if you want to. Where are you from, man? Because in the Indy area, I also do a thing where if you order a board and select local pickup, I'll probably just bring it to you at a skate park because that's a win-win for me. I get to skate, I get to meet a customer and hang out with you, and you get a high-quality board. Thank you. I think this is pretty cool too, B. Tubi. That just reminded me, I just got Peacock Premium when I signed up for Xfinity. Somebody have any suggestions on what I should be watching on Peacock? You're from Fort Wayne. You're from Ann Anderson. Dang, I love the Fort Wayne guys. I used to ride for Dead End before I worked here. So yeah, just come on down and down to New Pal if you order a board from us and pick it up. Oh, that's awesome. So we deliver everywhere. Unholy. That's just kind of like a saves you shipping and you get to see the shop kind of deal. But we do ship everywhere. Sorry if there was a misconception on there. Poku's face. Good morning. It's 4:25 p.m. here. That's morning for some people. I'm not going to be worried about that. Hey, go have fun, bud. Oh, damn. I'm an idiot. I asked for suggestions and then didn't understand the suggestions. It's been a long day, guys. Okay. Poker face. I'll watch that. I'll turn that on tonight. Hear that, Casper's Keeper? We're coming up with suggestions on what we're watching on Peacock tonight. I'm about to have Wi-Fi. I watch streaming off of a hotspot for now. It's okay, man. Welcome to the stream. Why are you apologizing? Don't apologize. Oh, nice. Your cousin down in Evansville, do they skate Sunset Park or Killer Skate Park? Those guys with Glenn and all them down there are rad. We had a couple people on at the beginning of the stream that skate down in Evansville. Dang it. Tape and gloves do not work well together at all. They really do not like each other. All right. All right, there's 2 taped and glued up. 2 more to go, and we'll be loading up the press. Oh, awesome, dear. Thank you. You'll be happy to know that I was just doing the background on the 2 Casper signatures just a little bit ago. Oh, you're in Peoria? That's rad. I've been through there quite a bit. Are you familiar with the park over in Effingham, Illinois? And do you pay attention to the Effingham Jam happening? It already happened this year. It's in July, but the sunset's awesome. I think it was last year. Maybe it was the year before. I went down to Evansville for the Killer Skate Park mini ramp contest. Ended up sleeping in the parking lot of Sunset and waking up in the morning and just getting a morning session in there. I like to cook breakfast on a butane stove in the parking lot and the typical traveling, skate, rat, fun stuff. Whew. And Sunset's wild. Hunger blew that one out of the park. Out of the park. Talking about a skate park. If you guys have any questions about board making, feel free to ask. Obviously, if you're enjoying what you're watching, double tap the screen for me so YouTube knows. Right now, I'm handcrafting skateboards for Life Skateboards. This step is just gluing the boards together. We're going to tape them up so that they don't slide around in the press, and then we're going to put them inside the press. So you should check out Effingham. Go talk to my buddy Dino Toll. Tell him I sent you. Fargo is so good. I got my buddy Johnny Burley, who's actually going to be my cameraman for full-length videos here soon. Lives up in Chicago. He took me to Fargo last time I was there. That's Gio's local. Gio is insane. He rides for Character in DKL. He treats that 8 stair like it's a 2. It's insane. And then he comes to my local park at the contest that I throw and obliterates everyone because he does like bigger spin flip down an 8 stair. No, if a solid wood would not make a good skateboard. You want multiple sheets because like right here, this is called a crossband, a horizontal grain, and this is a core right here. So this is a vertical grain. Put those two against each other and you're going to have strength in every direction. So that's why these are like that. But what you're watching right now is not something that general factories are going to do. I roll the boards by hand. The reason we do that here at Life Skateboards is a glue machine is going to miss your crossbands, those horizontal grains, and the top and bottom ply because it gets both sides of the veneer and you don't want glue on the outside. So we want to make sure we give you full glue coverage on every side of every ply inside your skateboard. That's why we can guarantee against DLAM. I'm gonna have to check out some more parks. When I was in Chicago, I skated, when I was in the Chicago area, I skated Fargo. I've skated Grant in the past, but on this last trip, I skated Naperville, and I've actually really enjoyed the challenge of being told by some locals that the little gap from the bank, from the bowl to the bank, hadn't been hit yet. So I spent that entire session going for that gap. It was so fun. That little tiny quarter in the back of Naperville is so weird, and I love it. Dang it. You just gotta last me through 2 more boards, Mr. Tape. You got this. Just kidding. That's not enough tape. All right. Looks like we need a new roll. That was a lot of work to save that roll for no reason. Stop it. Listen. Told you to stay closed. You're gonna listen to me. Inanimate objects are the only things that listen to me, so that I try to talk to them as much as I can. There we go. That's way easier. Crazy how glue tape that's not covered in glue is so much easier to undo. All right, this is the last one we're gluing up before we load them into the press. Of course, Elian. Oh, dude, I'll have to check that out, John. That sounds rad. Hi there, Wonders. No, I do not make my own boards. I make boards for customers. I guess in the process I end up making my own boards, but I could be making boards for you. Go to lifeskateboard.com. Dang! John's over here giving all the money. John is really rad. That's inside of, you're inside of 2 skateboards today. How does that feel, John? Thanks, dude. I appreciate you. So when you guys buy a Super while I'm gluing, I'm going to write your note that you attach to it, or your name, or something cool in there. And only you, me, and the people watching are going to notice that. I have no clue. I hope you're asking everyone else here. But couldn't you like hold down the side button on your phone and ask that same question? No, you didn't come in late, dude. I've been here for like 5 hours, apparently. This has been a very, very long live. If you want to know how bad I am at math, I have no clue how long I've been here in hours. I just know it's been 320 minutes. Hey there, E-Dog. If you don't contribute to the conversation, you're going to get fully banned from the page. You've been put in timeout a couple of times. I remember you. 5 hours and, wow, 6 hours. That's the longest live I've done in a long time. Gonna get going up on 6. Yep, so E-Dog, watch what happens. Goodbye, buddy. And moving on. It's okay, Drew. For some reason, there's these people that I'm not sure if I'm getting into their algorithm and they're seeing me a lot and it's bothering them, but they just kind of spam my stuff. Oh, 100%. Dude, 135 pounds? Dude, yeah, way more than that. So let me give you, so our 8-ply board, which is not our standard, my buddy AJ parked his car on it. Here's a story from when I was in, when the shop used to be in Muncie near Ball State. The girl came in, got a 7-ply coffin board. She just wanted it to get around campus, so she got some cheap trucks, big wheels. It got pushed out into traffic and ran over nose to tail. So the next day she came in and got new trucks from me because the deck was fine, but the trucks were destroyed. That's not much. The algorithm is helping. That makes me happy. You can do it, yep. And if you do find that you need something more out of our boards as far as strength, we can always make you an 8-ply. One thing I will suggest, and this is just something I've picked up from our heavier customers, if you're watching this and you need something that needs more weight, or you're just a bit heavier, this isn't going to apply to you that just asked about 135. If you're a bit heavier, the only adjustment that I think you should make is switching out your bushings. Oh, I'm sorry, Drew. I am 100% sober here. I'm not going to make any judgment on anyone for their choices to do things, but I'm here to discuss. I like help people quit things and stuff like that. I don't think that, it is what it is. That's super strange, Waltz. I'd rather us not drive the conversations towards substances at all unless it's to help people. I appreciate it. All right, let's check where the foam percentage is at here. No top bushing. Same here. Actually, no top. Now I got a question. Is your top bushing the one that's nearest the kingpin nut or the one that's nearest the base plate? There's a good question right there. I need to know that answer. Oh, that's rad, dude. I've got a Madrid up here with the one from Back to the Future. Yeah, I mean, I used to all the time, every day, all day, but now I just don't anymore. Hi there, Elias. Is that a genuine request? No, not at all. Is that a genuine request, Elias? Because I can absolutely help you and will absolutely help you. No, there's not. So what happens is the board gets put under pressure for 24 hours and then it takes shape. All right, Elias. So if you have a problem with a downer like fentanyl, I'm likely you're going to be physically addicted to it already. Give me a moment while I drag some things over here. I'm going to be just kind of helping Elias out while we get this all together here. If you're dealing with a substance that's got dangerous withdrawal symptoms, it's best to find a place to admit yourself. Make sure that you want to make the choice. You're sitting here on the internet asking a stranger for help. That means that you are ready to make the choice to better your life. If there are people in your life making you doubt that, it's time to cut people out of your life. If you really and truly want to stick with it, it's time to maybe change environments. But the main goal is to take everything one day at a time, because you can't fail for the next few minutes. So you just make it as small of increments as you can take it until you don't think about it anymore, if that makes sense. So let's say you can't make it today. So you say, all right, I can make it till dinner without my vice. And if you can't make it to dinner without your vice, I can make it to the next hour. Whatever you need to get you through the day or get you through the moments, because as the moments pass, it does become easier. I would highly suggest replacing the destructive behavior or destructive habit with a positive and very exhausting one. Because it doesn't matter what you're trying to quit, the majority of the time, part of the recovery is having trouble sleeping. So skateboarding is a great way to focus on something that you can't focus on other things, and it's physically exhausting. And all you need to do is to skateboard. So that's what I did when I got sober. I heavily focused on progressing in skateboarding and moved on from there. I changed my whole environment, and I had a great support system. If you need to reach out further for help, my friend, I will happily give you any resource that you need to get better. I'll be there for you if you need to talk to me. Just reach out to me at Stranger Casper on Instagram. I'd be happy to help you, because if it weren't for the kindness of strangers, I definitely would be dead by now. If I hadn't to quit my vices, I'd be dead. So I'm here for you, just like the people who were here for me that I didn't know. Well, I'm sorry, we're talking about somebody else's substance abuse at the moment. We're going to try to stick to their vices and whatever their goals are. If their goal is 100% sobriety, I'll be here to help them with it. If their goal is not 100% sobriety, I've definitely got some people I can direct them towards. But I will say that full sobriety is an amazing feeling that I didn't really know. I quit drinking over 7 years ago and didn't quit everything else. When I started here 4 years ago, I quit everything else. And the clarity since then, the amount of stuff I'm getting done, hell, look at me. I'm making skateboards for a living. These will be skateboards. But Elias, I hope you're still here. And if you're not, just know that you can come back and look at this anytime, and that offer to help extends to absolutely everyone. If you need help quitting something, I will take the time to talk to you through Instagram at Stranger Casper. Yeah, dude, just try it. You got this. Whatever it takes. Tell your friends to fuck off if they're being the people that are influencing you on it. Just be an asshole about it. Sometimes you got to isolate yourself in that situation to find new people to be your best support system. And the other part of that is, while relapses are not a part of every recovery, they are a part of some people's recovery story. Obviously, don't plan to relapse, but if it happens, don't hide it. Go to whoever helped you out and let them know and ask them for help. Don't be embarrassed, because one thing I like to tell people that's been really powerful to me is a new sobriety date is way better than a date on a tombstone. And we all know where addiction leads us, and that's death. Some of us get lucky and get out early, but some of us don't. And if you'd like some great perspective on sobriety, I did just post a video earlier this week from a trip with Bam Margera. About 10 minutes into that video, you don't have to pay attention to the rest of the video, it's okay. About 10 minutes into that is a straight 5-minute monologue from Bam about sobriety and why this time matters more than any other time to him. And I think it's a powerful perspective, and hopefully it helps some people. But Elias, I wish you the best, and I hope everything goes well. Bam is absolutely sober. Of course, Elias. Of course. Straight jacket, don't always remember. Well, you got it. That's a great way to do it, Maltby, and that's one thing that Bam talks about, that some people dive into working out and get all buff, and then some people dive into skateboarding, which is what we're all doing here. Here's a bunch of the final products right there. Hey, Waltz, I'm just going to let you know that we're here talking about some other things. I'm not going to argue with you. Like I said, I'm not going to judge you. But I'm really going to ask you to please stop throwing all of that out here. Thank you. I've said it 3 times now. We can stick to skateboarding and talking about sobriety if you'd like, but I'm not going to convince me to go smoke some pot or anything like that, bud. I think that's super strange to do. Weed, man, I said I was 100% sober, and I'm not judging you for the things that you're doing. However, trying to continue to convince me of things that are rhetoric that's constantly said over and over again is not going to add to the conversation in any way, shape, or form. Thank you. All right, so I'm going to go ahead and wrap this roller up here. It is horrible, straight jacket. Thank you. I appreciate you. Josh, what the hell are you talking about? Who's being hateful? I have no clue what you're talking about. Wild takes from people today. Thank you, Stanley. I appreciate you. Congratulations, Cloud. I'm super stoked for you, man. That's correct. Hard drugs and drugs in general are definitely no joke. Things that people can use to escape reality, which is where addiction starts, are no joke. I was an alcoholic and drug addict, and now I'm sober. Wow, September 14th, that's awesome, dude. What's up, Batista? We're hovering at 4%, guys. I'm going to see where we're at on this graphic application process over here, and we're going to move on. Hey, Josh, we're going to go ahead and do something here. Hide user from channel. Thank you, bud. I appreciate you. It's really fun to hop into a conversation that's been happening for 4.5 hours and act like you know what's going on, right? Super fun. Thank you, Evan. I appreciate you. Dan, that's such a sad thing because it's a truth that we all experience. That's so sad. I'm sorry to hear that, bud. So, TA, shut the fuck up and get off my live. Thank you. Right on. We're far enough into this to end that, right? Encouraging people to use heroin. Not gonna happen here on this live. Thank you. Yeah, we're not gonna. I'm sorry that I just got a little angry there, but we just had someone in the chat encouraging people to use heroin. We're not gonna do that here. Very dangerous. Yeah, I almost lost my boss to it. That's what, my boss is a recovered heroin addict. I'm a recovered addict and alcoholic. I've got lots of dead friends. I got lots of friends that are struggling. Encouraging people to enter the hell that you're experiencing is one of the most hateful things you can do in existence, and that pisses me off more than anything. That pissed me off, and I'm really sorry, guys. I'm happy you're in recovery, Josh. Yeah, I'm making skateboards. Sorry, I'm just making skateboards. It didn't mean for everything to get into all that. Oh boy. Alright, so I'm gonna try as hard as I can to keep you guys charging. This is another magnetic charger that I'm gonna set you guys on and hope for the best here. I try to skate every day. Sometimes I'm not able to. Like today, it looks like it's raining and I won't get a chance to. But all right, let's try to keep an eye on the charger here because my phone is at 3% and not charging anymore. Hours. As long as I have time for. All right, I'm gonna check if this ink is dry. Looks like it is. So we are going to be doing the white on these boards here. I'm going to be using the Lori graphic and my signature graphic combined into a double graphic. I believe today we're only going to be able to get to the white print there, and we won't be moving past that. So Evan, one thing that I do is I travel and I make full videos of that. I actually just got a cameraman lined up to make those a lot easier. If you'd like, you can see some videos of skating over at Castle Bam that I posted and some other stuff like that. Thank you. So these boards here are my signature shape. Again, guys, I apologize that I got worked up there. Someone encouraging other people to do destructive behavior is really upsetting to me, especially with lost friends, and I hope that person finds some hope. But unfortunately, there's a point in addiction when you can't really continue to give people help because it's hurting the other people around you. And that is where whoever that person was is at. All right. So we are going to jump to applying these graphics here. I'm probably only going to get to just this base, and then tomorrow or Monday, I'll be putting the second coat on these. I'm sorry, guys, still. Thank you. I love the fact that I'm making a thing that's going to bring people joy. I mean, this is a little toy that saved my life. So, being able to have a huge hand in making it is one of the most satisfying things that I've ever been able to be a part of. And that makes me really happy that I get to do this. I do know that children watch this stream as well, so I sincerely apologize for the language earlier. Man, I'm going to be sitting here mad at myself the rest of the stream. I'm real sorry, guys. Didn't mean to lose my cool. I'm pretty good at holding it back, but that one got me. All right, so we apply the graph, and I'm sorry that I can't give you guys a better angle right now. This sucks, but my phone is just not wanting to charge at all. Although this charger seems to be working a little better. We're at 4% instead of 3%. But I will still lift up the board and show you guys the graphic as it happens here. So this is a base of white. And then I'm going to come back with black and show you guys the other stuff. So the part, I'm going to go ahead and clarify earlier what I was talking about with talking about other substances. When you talk about using other substances while we're talking about sobriety, it opens up the door for people like that to walk in. So I apologize if I've been kind of cutting that off. In my experience, it's just best to try to stick with one side while, especially full sobriety, while saying things like, I'm not going to judge you for your choices. That should be the end of that conversation. God, I'm sorry. I'm just like in my head on that one. All right, so here is the first base print right there. It'll get printed again with black once it's dry. But right now we're going to go ahead and throw the Lori graphic on there as well. Thank you, Unknown. I appreciate you. Sorry if I'm missing stuff in the chat here, guys. I'm just honestly trying to physically stay busy so I don't get myself into a cycle on that stuff. Favorite horror movie? Ooh, that's a good one. I honestly like the Terrifier series, the Terrifier runs. Those are really cool. Apparently, I'm watching something called Poker Face tonight, and the only reason I'm going to remember that is because I misunderstood when someone was suggesting that I watch it, and instead just made a pun about it. Dummy. Alright, so here is the first base print in white. So we're going to be coming back and printing in black once this is dry, and it'll be a nice clean popping graphic. I'll pull an example real quick. Here is one example of it finished before clear coat. So you come back with the black and it makes that graphic pop. Really nice. All right, we're going to be doing a lot of these today. Thank you, Dana. I appreciate it. I mean, yeah, I mean, we can... hey, Wonders of the World, message me later. There's no, like, copyright on shapes and things like that, but... Yeah, I think that it's really dumb that they keep the number of reissues down so low that they keep the prices up. I mean, it's not like it's high-quality boards, and it's not like it's screen printed or anything. It's usually heat transferred. So it's just as easy to make all those other ones. But, yeah, message me later, man. That's a good one right there. We got more mics. LifeSkateboard.com. I'm so sorry if I'm missing comments here. Josh, are you still in here? John, I mean. MC John. Thank you, Mark. I appreciate you. Sam isn't in here either. Sam, are you in here? Sam has been busy today. One print. Two print. Dang. I'll message John later and figure some stuff out. Hopefully I didn't lose him when I cussed somebody out. I didn't mean to do that. Casper's Keeper, did you catch me cussing somebody out? Because that was an accident. Sorry about that. I will call out to the abyss at all times. I'm talking to people when you guys aren't here. When the camera's off, I talk this much and nobody's in here. I bet it is wild to like pull up on the shop and see that I'm the only one in here and just hear me talking at nothing. I'm sure that's pretty wild. I'm sure I seem crazy for talking to this little electric box for a really long time. All right, there's another one. There's another. I'm excited for these half-printed ones. Now remember, guys, you can get one of these special edition collage graphics on this new signature shape. If you go to lifeskateboard.com, go to the signature section, and buy the current Casper signature board. There are 4 of these up for grabs. The shape that looks like you're getting it on the website is not what you're going to get. It's going to be one of these. The collage option that I'm doing right now is usually a $25 upcharge. But because of this 10 limited signed and numbered run, we're going to do that for the normal price. And if you're not in that first 10, you're just going to get that, get the shape with a normal graphic. I should have clipped me kicking somebody out like that. Dang it. I need to remember to do stuff like that. I'm new to this whole YouTube thing, guys. For a custom board, that's a super vague question. If you want, you can go to lifeskateboard.com and check out our prices. There's all kinds of stuff. You should have been called crazy 15 years ago. Would have been called. I still get called crazy every day. When people say, like, if I'm skating or something, and somebody says, that was insane, my reaction is the doctors say the same thing. Every time. Because if we can't make a joke about our own mental illness, what are we here for? It's free material, man. That's free material, and you got the joke rights built right in there. I'm not stealing other people's jokes. This joke's about you. The website is lifeskateboard.com. As I said earlier, you never realize how dumb you look looking at your phone until you look at it live while you're trying to read the chat. I'm very surprised that you guys are very kind to me about that. Alright, here's another. Remember, guys, this is a base coat, and it'll end up getting hit again with black. I am pretty stoked on these, if you can't tell. Favorite skateboard design? Mine! I mean, I tailored it to myself, and I think it's very functional and great. That would be the one that I'm printing right now. That's an easy question. Thank you. You gotta throw me some softballs now. Thanks. You know what, Chuck? I'm sorry. I thought that would be funny to like recreate what I did, and that wasn't. I realized like halfway through saying it that wouldn't be funny at all, so I'm not gonna do it. But acknowledging that I was gonna do it is pretty stupid. Sorry. It's been a long day, guys. I've been talking at a screen for almost 6 hours now. And I can't hear you guys, so it's pretty not normal. I like Ed Templeton a lot for his artwork. I think toy machines are crap boards, and I wish that his artwork was silk screened instead of heat transferred on. However, I also know that Ed personally does lino block printing and a lot of artwork. I've actually got the Warsaw shoes on with his with the eyes on them right now. So I like his artwork. Remember, it doesn't really matter how cool the artwork is on a skateboard. It matters how it's made. No disrespect to the artists. Big disrespect to the people that decided that heat transfers were the norm. So I mean, Evan, these here, this one, I measured it earlier on the live. It gets up to 9.95, down to 8.25, down to 8, back up to 9. But if you go to lifeskateboard.com, you're going to see shapes from 775 all the way up to 1175, including an 8-ply option if you need that. But if you go to the Life Skateboards Instagram, there are currently some shapes that aren't listed on the website that are all the way up to 14.6. Yes, I said 14.6. Why? Because why not? We always have to have boards that are bigger than what's available for trucks on the market. And Slappy made a 13-inch truck, so we made a 15-inch press. Wood grain is amazing. At the moment, I am printing the base for a double print to make the graphic pop. These are called Lino blocks. They are hand-carved relief images, kind of like a big stamp. Apply them like this. This first print doesn't have to be clean, doesn't have to be solid. I'm going to be coming back with black, and I'll show you the example of that in a moment here. So this is one of those boards printed after the black print. Makes that pop really, really well. These boards will be for a limited run of signed, numbered, and collage graphic for free. Just for the normal price of the deck. It's usually a $25 upcharge. This is a lot of printing. If you want one of these, you go to the Life Skateboards website. I believe there are 4 left on this special run here, and then after that, it'll just be the shape. If you go to the Life Skateboards website and go into the signature section, you're going to go to the Casper signature, order that. It's going to be my old shape that's listed on the website, but this is what you're going to get. The remainder of those first 10 are going to get this collage and a signed and numbered deck. That's what I'm putting together right now. And if you're unfamiliar with us here at Life Skateboards, we do absolutely everything in-house. We roll the glue by hand. We do a long press and cure time. We cut out the shape it, clean it up, sand it, bring it in here, and print it. Ooh, man, you throwing food on the smoker and I don't even know it. Hi there, Nacho. Yes, you can absolutely have one of these. You just go to lifeskateboard.com and order one. I think that today I'm going to just finish all these white prints on here and then call it a day. I've got a skate lesson to give tomorrow at noon, so we'll see if I get back in here tomorrow to do the black print. But we'll see. Regardless, I'll go live no matter what. On the days that I'm not working, I try to go live with the doggy. Take her to the dog park and let you guys see her and play with her. That is the dog that's featured on this graphic, by the way. I'm liking these quite a bit. That's rad. Oh, thank you, Mike. So all of these blocks here have been, the majority of our blocks have been carved by Ben Blakely. You can find his Instagram by looking up Ben Blakely. This graphic was based off of a painting that he had done of a skeleton ripping out the throat of a scarecrow. I asked him to do one with Casper the ghost, doing a bonus cry stare, which was just a trick that I had done recently when we had this graphic made, and that's what he came up with. I love it. He threw a couple of my tattoos on Casper. I think it's really cool. And then there's a good story behind the dog graphic that we're using here, and I'll go ahead and go over that real quick. So that's my dog Lori on that graphic, and that's the 8 stair at the local park, Lawrence Skate Park, that she's sitting in front of, complete with the Euro gap, the dead tree in the background, and everything. So I volunteer with a nonprofit called Skate Park Respect. Our goal is to clean and maintain skate parks through community action, lessen the cost on the city to do so. That way that they can redistribute those funds into expansion or even new parks. So I was cleaning that park. I got there early in the morning. I think it was like 6 a.m. I pulled up and somebody had here's that graphic, by the way. It's pretty. Somebody had dumped a dog in the parking lot. I opened up my door. She hopped right in. I tried to find her a home, and I fell in love with her. So we decided to keep her, and unfortunately, I was dealing with a family landlord at the time that decided to breach contract on our lease and said that we couldn't have a dog. There was even a point where the dog was, without my choice, attempted to be taken to a shelter. Thankfully, that shelter was not accepting anyone or anything. So we had to move to take her in. We were not in a financial position to be able to move. So Sam had this graphic commissioned, and we did a bunch of pre-orders on the graphic to get me more work so that I could afford to move. And now we live in the only complex in the area near that skate park that has no breed restrictions. So Lori's at home, happy with us. Casper's keeper is home with Lori right now. Sometimes she comes with me to work. We got a dog house out back for her, and yeah, we named her Lori after Lawrence Skate Park. So there's your story on the Lori graphic. And if you want to know more about Lawrence Skate Park, just Google it. You can find plenty of articles about the work that's been done there. Thank you, Nicolo. Thank you, Mark. I don't really think I had that much of a choice. When I found out when I kind of hit the realization that dog was being taken to a shelter, I was having one of the worst breakdowns of my life. So I'm really glad that things worked out to where she's happy. We're happy. She's living a good life. She gets to go back and have good experiences at the place that she was dumped at. We've got a dog park in our neighborhood. She's rad, and she's going through a terrible twos right now. We love her. She's just a lot. When you get thank you, Mark. So if you want the dog graphic, when you order a board, just put it in the notes that you want the Lori graphic on there. Whether you just put I want the dog graphic or I want the Lori graphic. On the new website, it will be an option. Right now, it's just not on the website yet. So put maker's choice for your graphic, and then in your notes say, I want the Lori graphic. Yes, I have, dude. Mike, that thing looks insane. I want to go there and do some, transfers in between the letters. I want to do a layback air right off the end of the X. That sounds fun. It is Lawrie, Lawrie. It's spelled really weird because it's spelled after the city, the park that we found her at, which is Lawrence Skate Park. Lawrie. She's the best. Doggy. I miss her real bad right now. But we only have 1, 2, 3, 4 more to do this white on here. We are moving along quickly today. Thank you so much, Mark, for that. I know it makes me happy when I see a lot of like people near me or locals that have ordered this because they love it. And it's really cool to see that like rolling around, but to see my dog on like somebody else's board that's way far away or something like that, that's going to be really cool. Seeing clips pop up with my dog's graphic on them is going to be really cool. Lori's the best salesman we got. She makes me happy. She frustrates me in the best ways. She wakes me up in the morning by biting my chest through a toy because she's silly. She's a little troublemaker right now, but we love her and we're being patient with her. And I've had a lot of advice from the owner of Rip It Rampage, the skateboarding dog, for training advice and things like that. So I've been very fortunate during our training. She just nibbles on me, doesn't bite me, you know. As a dog should, you know it. Oh yeah, dropping a toy on my face. Or lately she's been doing this thing where if this is her mouth, she will put the toy right here and be like, I'm not biting you, but bite me. She's a silly one. No, Lawrie won't. I tried really hard. I made her an 11.75 inch board. Rip It Rampage, his owner Isaac actually has like classes on how to teach them how to ride. The best I could do is get her to not bite at the skateboard while I'm riding. But yeah, she doesn't seem to like being on it. But through the process of trying to get her on there, she ended up marker trained. She's cool with being around skateboards if she has something else to pay attention to. Otherwise, she wants that skateboard real bad, but not to ride it, to pick it up and run off with it. I tried really hard. If you want to, though, look up Rip It Rampage. He is a rad little thing. What's funny is, so I don't go to bars, but I'll get like messages from my friends that are sitting in a bar that if you guys are familiar with Chive TV, apparently that's something they play in bars now. There was a clip of me skateboarding with Rip It Rampage before I had Lawrie, where we did doubles. This dog skates transition. Like, we'll go up the quarter, rock, body varial, and come back in. It's insane. But one thing he does is goes up the transition, body varials, comes back down. So we filmed a double like that. And my friends are sitting at the bar and they look up and they see, that's Casper and the dog. I don't know how Chive got a hold of that video, but you may have seen me skateboarding with the skateboarding dog, Rip It Rampage, if you are familiar with that sort of thing. I did not know Chive TV was a thing. we're getting to my favorite point of this, where the ink starts to get a little chunky, which is good for the base paint, not good for the clear print. So if I were doing the second print right now, I would stop, clean everything off, let it dry, and then come back to it. But I think what we're gonna do here is just do all of these white ones. We've got 3 more after this one. And then I'm gonna go ahead and end the live, give a little talk, since this is the longest one I've ever done. And if you guys want to do me a favor and like help me grow my channel a bit, share my shorts, share my full videos, especially the one about BAM. I feel like that one can do really well. It is monetized. You guys are helping my income here with watching, sharing, and all that fun stuff. John has helped quite a bit with the buying supers. Every little bit counts. It all adds up somewhere. So I appreciate you guys. I think I'm like 25 bucks away from being able to do my first withdrawal, which would be awesome. YouTube's gonna pay for my internet that I haven't had this whole time. Yeah, these base prints are turning out really cool. I'm liking them a lot. Whoa, Mike. Wow, dude, thank you. That is like the biggest thing that I've ever gotten on here. I know that's only 20 bucks, but my God, dude, thank you. You are rad. Mike Matthias just bought a super for $20. That's awesome. Thank you, man. I appreciate you. I think you just pushed me into being able to withdraw when that processes. You guys are awesome. Thank you so much. I don't even know what else to say, man. You guys are rad. Thank you, Mike. It may not seem like a lot, but that's a big help to me, man. I appreciate you. Now I'm hoping to be able to pump out travel videos so that ad revenue pays more than this, than these buying supers and stuff goes. But thank you, man. That's the first time I've ever received super, I think, over $4. Thank you, man. We're gonna keep these lives going as much as I can. I pretty much have decided that anytime I clock in, I'd like to go live and talk to you guys, because I don't know. I really enjoy this community. I really enjoy the conversations we have. I enjoy that I'm able to literally lose my shit in front of you guys because somebody pisses me off and you guys are like, no, you're fine, dude. So I appreciate you all. You guys are rad. I used to do lives on Instagram, and I really did not enjoy the community that was popping on my lives. And you guys really make this fun and worth it. That's awesome. I wish there was like a way for me to... I gotta figure out something for when people do supers when I'm not gluing, you know what I mean? Because normally I'd write your name with something cool inside of the skateboard while I'm gluing it. Alright, one more of the signature shape, 3.0, and one more 2.0, and then we're done. I can't really see what's going on in the chat right here. Wow, you guys are trying to... I have no clue how to even... I wish I could help direct you, Mark. That's awesome that you guys want to do that. You guys are awesome. Thank you. Like I said, I really wish there was a something that I could do where it like showed a big thank you on the screen for you guys that have done this. I'm really stoked that the live hasn't froze since the first like 20 minutes. This is a first. All right, this one more, and then we're gonna be ending the live here. Thank you, Mike. I appreciate it. Yeah, I love that doggy. I enjoy this here. I mean, so here, just to clarify, guys, I'm not the owner of Life Skateboards. I'm just the sole hourly employee. I work here with Sam Cook, the owner. That would be, he hops on these lives quite a bit. He does all of the template making, mold making, cuts out the shapes, and usually applies the graphics, but this is something that I agreed to do. He's busy today, or he'd be on this live, I'm sure. All right, let's roll this one more time before we hit it. I was trying to do the Casper one first and then that one. Thanks, Mark. I appreciate you. Thank you. You guys are rad. Like, really rad. It's really nice to realize that there's a supportive community out there for me. All right, one more of these, and I think we're going to be calling it a day here soon. This is definitely the longest live that I have ever done. I'm going to pull this off of here. And we are printing one more deck, and then I got to show you guys what this drying rack looks like, because it looks pretty cool right now, I'm not going to lie. Alright, I'm going to put this last one here. I'm really stoked on how these colors turned out too. Alright, one more signature graphic. It has been a great day. Thank you, guys. Here I was thinking I lost all of you by cussing somebody out on my channel. Little did I know you guys are here to be supportive and helpful and kind. Yeah, thank you so much, man. Unfortunately, I'm not going to get to skate. It's all gloomy and wet and muggy out, muggy out today. And who knows, it might dry up. But one print, One more, and I will give you guys the quick look at this whole drying rack because, man, it looks so cool right now. I've never printed this many of the same graphic before. And it's not even done. I'm excited to see what this all looks like when it's done. We just used a ton of ink on this. I mean, that was over $1,000 worth of boards right there, so that was a lot of skateboards. All right, smack that guy on there. Roll it. I'm gonna shift it a little bit. All right, somebody do the math for me. 381 minutes. How long have I been live today? Because I am sure as hell not doing that math. Just over 6 hours, 6.5 hours. That was a long one, wasn't it, guys? All right, let me show you what this looks like real quick. Look at that. That's just a satisfying look right there. So these are some team boards up top here. I am so stoked on that. And remember, guys, this is what the final product looks like. So before I go here, I'm going to explain how you get a hold of one of those. So these are the new Casper Signature 3.0 shape. These are not done. What they're going to look like here, this is what they're going to look like with a black print and then a clear coat. If you go to the Life Skateboards website and go to the signature section, you're going to find my 2.0 shape on there. Right now, if you order that, you're going to get one of these. And 10 of these are going to be signed, number, and have this collage on it. This collage is usually a $25 upcharge. But we're going to do that first 10. I know 6 of those are sold right now. So there's 4 left. If you go there and order that, you're going to get that. If you're not in the first 10, you're going to get that shape regardless. It's a really fun shape. I posted an edit skating it. It's rad. I'm really, really happy with it, and it's taken 3 reshapes for me to decide on what I really like to skate. So hopefully you enjoy it too. Thanks for watching, guys. Don't forget, go to lifeskateboard.com, get a life. Like, share, subscribe. Huge thank you to Mike and John for the super chats or whatever those things are called, because I have no clue. Thanks for dealing with me while I yelled at people, and get a life. Have a great day, guys. Oh, real quick before I go, don't forget, I've got that travel video of Bam Margera up on my page. Share the shit out of that for me, please.